GIAN or GIAN. Pronounce very wrong.
Hello, 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 hello.
inauguration ceremony for the GIAN course on Product Service System Design, Methods and Tools with a Design and Technology Management perspective. We are thrilled to have such distinguished faculty, participants and guests with us today. Without further ado, let's begin the ceremony. We will begin with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. I kindly request our esteemed guests and faculty to kindly proceed to the lamp, signifying the beginning of the auspicious event. Thank you. Let's now welcome Professor Pratul Kalita, the course coordinator, to deliver the welcome address. Professor Kalita, the floor is yours.
Good morning. On behalf of the entire team of this GIAN courses on product service design from a technology and design management perspective GIAN course, I would like to welcome all of you and thank you very much for showing your interest in this particular course. So without your participation, there is no meaning of such courses, and we could see very overwhelming numbers of applications, and then finally we shortlisted some of you. And then we hope that we'll be able to do justice to this particular course. So first of all, I'd like to welcome Professor Tomohiko Sakao, who has come a long way from Linköping. Professor Sakao, as you know, he's a very renowned thought leader in the field of product service system design. And he has a very busy schedule every year. You see, it's very difficult to catch him. So if you ask him for a date somewhere in the month of November 2025, he would say no, maybe in 2026 on that day. So this is how his schedule is, right? But somehow last year we could manage to get a schedule in the month of January, right? We decided in 2024 January, I think, right? So after 1 year, we got 1 week slot, and now he is here. So both of us, we thought, we actually put a lot of our thoughts while designing this particular course, right? And this particular course is primarily aimed towards the Masters of Design students and also the students of any technology area, and also the students of management. So this course is interdisciplinary. It basically talks about the latest development in the field of product services system. Many times we talk about product design or service design or system design. So now in the present scenario, we need to see from the PSS perspective. So this is where the academician like Professor Tomohiko Sakao comes in. And that's how we have designed the program. And if you look into the entire course structure, you will find that there are lecture sessions followed by a tutorial. So so we have discussed about those tutorials, and then we expect you to actually use the tools and methods during the tutorials. So there will be a lot of hands-on during the entire course, right? So that's how we have designed the course. So it's not rocket science, right? So it's PSS. So you'll be able to relate the kind of things that you see around you, right? And then how do you come up with a viable PSS offering, right? Yeah, so that's how it will go. So this GIAN program is a flagship program of the ministry, and IIT Guwahati, as you know, it is conducting so many GIAN programs. We are thankful to the entire CET team, especially my good friend Professor Bharat, who had actually recommended this particular course, right? And with his motivation and his support, we could get this particular program. And Professor Sogata is always there with us, who is the head of the Department of Design. So that way, with this combined effort, we could come up with this program. And Sakao is one who actually took the lead while designing this particular course. So it took us around 1 year to actually, we had been waiting for this day since last 1 year, right? And this day is now we are sitting here. So I once again welcome all of you to this particular program, and we expect you the full participation in all the exercises and all the deliberations in the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Kalita. We are now privileged to hear from Professor T.V. Bharat, who will give us an overview of the institute and provide insights about the program.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here today. A very good morning to all of you. I join my colleagues, Professor Sogata, Professor Pratul, Professor Dhar, and all of them to welcome Professor Tom to IIT Guwahati as well as CET. And also I welcome all the participants to this particular course who are present here and also who are attending online. So I welcome all of them for this particular wonderful course on product service design, which is conducted by CET in collaboration with different departments. So CET, Center for Educational Technology, is a multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary center, extramural center at IIT Guwahati, which looks after all the mission projects, which started in 2002 with NPTEL first phase, where a lot of web courses have been developed. Since then, it has developed into significantly conducting several workshops, TechWip programs, QAP, NPTEL, video courses, video contents, and many other things. Recently we had defense forces, etc., defense courses, etc. So the GIAN is a global initiative for academic networking, which is a initiative by the government of India, which has flagshipped in 2015, essentially to encourage Indian institutions and with the foreign institutions to collaborate and bring together to start some research initiatives, as well as to start teaching some courses, content, to deliver content in India, essentially, right? So this leverages in developing long-term collaborations with the foreign institutions, and with that the enhancement in the quality of research, quality of output, that's what is actually expected from these particular courses. We are in phase 4 currently, and the CET, our office, has submitted 20 proposals in this phase 4 with the help of several faculty members across various departments of IIT Guwahati. And this is highly competitive, and it takes time also for reviewing and getting accepted, etc. And so far 12 courses have been approved, and 4 more are yet to be heard about the decision, etc. And this is the 4th course which has actually currently going on. And the CET, you might have seen the facilities that we have. We can conduct even 3 courses parallelly, and today we are having 2 courses parallelly running. So because it requires recording and also live streaming and other things. And so this is a wonderful course, and I'm sure the acceptance itself tells a lot of stories, because meticulous planning that has been done, and a lot of things went through, before getting it approved. So I'm sure this will be a very interesting and also helpful for all the participants for their knowledge gaining, etc. And I'm sure this will be a wonderful success. And from CET, we extend our complete support in successfully completing this particular course. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Bharat. We now have the pleasure of hearing from Professor Sogata Karmakar, Head of the Design Department, who will give us an overview of the department. Professor Karmakar.
Good morning. I welcome you all for this particular program, and I think this is a great opportunity for all of us to conduct this type of program, and you are really lucky to be participated in this program. So on behalf of Department of Design, I welcome you all. Currently I am heading the department, so I wish that all of you who have come from outside and at the same time who are attending online, I welcome all of you, and I wish that all of you should come to our department if time permits, but at least participants who are physically present here, they should come to department and visit our facilities, and at the same time interact with our faculty members, because this particular program, you can see, this is a not only product, not only service, but combination of product service system. So when we are talking about product or service, so that is only one aspect, but we have to think in today's scenario, not only product, not only service, not only the system, but the entire interaction among all these components and how the business is going on. So from this perspective, this program has been organized by our Professor Pratul Kalita with the help of CET, and also we are very thankful to Professor Sakao for accepting our invitation and coming to this long distance. And so I think that you will use this opportunity to interact with all the faculty members who are delivering lectures, and because you will not get this type of opportunity where foreign faculty is present with you for almost 5 days. So whatever doubt, whatever interaction is possible, you do that one. At the same time, if you have the ambition for your future study, then how you can go abroad, what type of collaboration, what type of academic possibilities are there, you can explore. So this is a beautiful platform for that, and at the same time, I believe that you will have great learning from all the experts. Now for the Department of Design, I want to say a few words. First, this in IIT Guwahati, Department of Design is a unique department from many aspects, and also in India, okay, because the first undergraduate program in design all over India among all the IITs, this is the first undergraduate program, we call it BDES, not BTech or not BE. So this is undergraduate program that was started by Department of Design and long back 1997. Then we also started PhD program, that is also first time in India, nowhere in India. So first we started PhD program in design, and in design department now also, as you are attending, I think many of you are from management background, so we are also, there is PhD in design, but your work could be in the domain of management. Apart from that, we always also have management school, so there also there is the opportunity for higher education. So apart from this undergraduate program, BDES and PhD, we also started master's program in 2006. So all the programs are very successful, and if you go to any industry, any academics, okay, particularly higher educational institutes in India, NIT, IIT, NID, you will find our students as the faculty members. And if you go all the multinational companies, you will find our undergraduate student, master students as the very senior most positions. So that's why our students are also very privileged, because wherever they are applying, their seniors are there. So with all this, I do not want to extend further, but again I welcome you all, and also we are thankful to CET, to Professor Bharat, for giving our faculty colleagues this opportunity to organize this event, and I wish great success of the event. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Karmakar. Now we are honored to have Professor Tomohiko Sakao with us today. Professor Sakao is a renowned researcher in product service systems, holding the record of the most publications in the field globally. He has extensive industry experience, including his time at Mitsubishi Research Institute, and has contributed to PSS methods used by companies in Sweden, Japan, and Germany. His research is supported by organizations such as EU, Siemens, Toyota, and also holds 10 patents in mechatronics, control, and intelligent machinery. Before handing over the mic, I would like to request Professor TV Bharat to felicitate Professor Sakao.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm very honored to be here to give the course in the coming week. I'm very grateful for Professor Bharat and the team for seeing the value of this kind of program where foreign experts are invited and then interacting with the local students in real life. I think we learned from the Corona crisis that the importance of real-life interaction, like face-to-face, Q&As, discussions, and debates. These kind of interactions are so important to learn the knowledge of other experts can bring in, and also to create new opportunities for further collaborations. And also I would like to thank Professor Karmakara from the head of the design department, especially to see the importance of the topic product service system as he spelled out. It's very important to see the interrelations of different elements in society provided by manufacturing companies and also other companies like products and services and other systems. All of these components are interrelated. And if a company fails to see this interrelation, then the company is quite likely to fail in their business as well. This is what we have learned in Sweden and Europe and other countries. And then what you will learn in the coming week is, as Pratul mentioned, it will not be rocket science, meaning that you will not see many mathematical formula and difficult equations, but you will see relatively softer science, but that is very critical. That is what we have learned from collaborating with companies in Sweden and Europe, especially. Those softer knowledge pieces have made differences in competitiveness and also profitability and also sustainability of the manufacturing companies especially. So this is what I want to tell together with Pratul in this course. With that, I would like to thank everyone involved in the program and the course, and I'm looking forward to holding this course in this week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sakao. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend our deepest thanks to all our distinguished speakers, faculty, and participants for joining us today. Your presence truly makes this event special. I would like to thank Professor TV Bharat and the Center for Educational Technology for granting us the opportunity to conduct this GIAN course. A big thank you to Mr. Kaushik Kumar Sharma and the CET team for their invaluable support in organizing this course. Special thanks to our guest of honor, Professor Tomohiko Sakao, for taking the time to be with us and for agreeing to serve as an expert in this course. I would also like to thank Professor Sogata Karmakar, HOD of the Design Department, for his presence and support. And of course, a sincere thanks to all of the participants for joining us today. Lastly, I would like to extend my gratitude to my amazing team, Shalini, Akarshan, and Bhumi, who have worked tirelessly to make this event possible. I truly appreciate their efforts and I look forward to their continued support throughout the course. Once again, thank you all for your presence. We are excited about the learning journey ahead. So now we can proceed for the high tea, and it's a request to all the participants to keep their ID cards on because we have 2 courses going on. So let's proceed for the high tea and then we can proceed to the course. So our course is on the first floor at Seminar Hall. So carry your bags with you for the high tea also.
It is a great honor in Assam to finish with that. Please welcome.
Please mind your steps. All the best.
Because it's
Because
reflecting
they'll
on the
be
screen.
recording the
but we
live
also want to
recording.
record. So we are adjusting it.
It's just- ঠিক আছে না?
Okay. No worry, no worry.
YouTube live now.
it's ready. Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Again, hello. Welcome to the course again. And so let's make a real kickoff of the course. So again, my name is Tomohiko Sakao from Linköping University in Sweden. So I'll be giving 10 lectures in this course. Pratul will give additional tutorials, which I will support him. And so there will be a full opportunities of interaction between your side and our side. In this specific lecture, my expectation for your learning outcomes are, number one, you should be able to explain the backgrounds, especially industrial situations that are relevant to product service systems. Number two, you should be able to describe the why, the motivations, why industry is implementing or working for product service system. Number three, you should be able to comprehend, understand deeply different overall concepts of product service system. So in each of the 10 lectures of mine, I will show this kind of slide so that at the beginning of each lecture, you will understand the learning outcomes expected from each lecture. All right? So a little bit of my introduction. I have been working in Sweden for the last almost 20 years. Before that, my education, university education, is all from at the University of Tokyo in Japan. And in between Japan and Sweden, I've worked in Germany for 2 years. In my university education, I did several different areas. My first journal publication was about qualitative reasoning, which is a particular area in artificial intelligence. Back in 1970s and 80s, 90s, qualitative reasoning was very attractive. Many researchers were working on that. There are still some groups working on qualitative reasoning, but that is what I sort of started off from. And then I also did some research on robotics. I presented a paper in robotics conference. And besides those, I've been working on design theories and also maintenance, design for maintenance, and so on. Right now, I'm active in CRP, which is the International Academy for Production Engineering. I'm one of the 3 fellows from Sweden, and I'm especially active in 2 areas. One is design. Together with 3 other colleagues, Daniel Brizot, Andreas Riel, and John Ökoyanchu, we published a keynote paper about product service design back in 2022. So 2.5 years ago, we published a state-of-the-art paper about product service system design, especially in the manufacturing context. The other area I'm active in is lifecycle engineering, environmental sustainability. About half a year ago, together with Nancy Bock and Nabil Nazrou and Yasushi Umeda, we published another keynote paper on circular economy implementation in manufacturing industry. I'm quite sure that you have heard of the term circular economy, which I will touch upon several times in the course. But I really recommend you to look for these papers, that they should be available. And those 2 papers give full of interesting insights from science and practice. But of course, I will be building upon these 2 papers and the other papers in this coming week. So a little bit of where I'm from. In terms of country, Sweden is often said to be a front runner when it comes to innovation in industry. It's often highly ranked in different international indexes etc. And why does that happen? The national innovation agency, Vinova, says that what they do involving us, research institutes and universities, is basically supporting needs-driven research and innovation. And they almost always sort of facilitate collaboration, competition between different actors, not only different institutes in the academia, but also among different sectors, like education, research, and of course industry and the public sectors, and so on. So this triple helix constellation is said to be a sort of key driving factor for innovation. When it comes to the city, my university is located in the city called Linköping, which is in between Stockholm and Gothenburg, or Stockholm and Copenhagen, if you know a bit better. The city is proud of a long history of innovation, actually. The city has telecom industry, and in relation to that, a lot of IT companies are based in Linköping. Some of them are spin-off from university researchers. And just as one example, a streaming technique used in Netflix is coming from the city. So there are a lot of companies based in Linköping, and the university is heavily working with them. These are the examples of the companies that my group closely works with, and I think you somehow recognize some of those company names and sectors. What is common to these companies is they produce products and also they provide services. And in some of the cases, or most of the cases, the products are quite complex that require services from the OEMs. So this commonality makes us interested in doing research in product service system. And also, obviously, they are interested in product service systems. So please bear in mind, because when you hear from my talks and messages, then you might feel that, well, this is not so exactly relevant to your context in India, but that can be the case. But just please bear in mind that the knowledge that we have gained is largely based on the close collaboration with this kind of companies. But I'm sure that you will see a lot of useful insights, for sure. So, okay, from now, you will see 9 slides, each of which shows you different pieces of information regarding the relevance of product service system to industry from different angles. So the first slide shows you the mega trends that you must have heard and probably every day hear about. The first one is the societal demands for research and innovation has become so complex. So their needs and wants are multi-layered and interrelated with each other, so they are complex. For example, taking sustainability as an example, it has 3 pillars, as you know: environmental, social, and economic. So the sustainability challenge is very much outspoken nowadays, meaning that the challenges from societies to different organizations, especially companies, manufacturing companies, are so complex. It's a big challenge for each company to address the challenge. Number 2, no surprise, so digitalization. You hear about this every day. Huh? And from the research point of view, from the product service system point of view, this has given a huge opportunity. Without digitalization, many things are impossible to do or even to think about. Huh? So these opportunities are so much enhanced over the years, and probably especially in the last 2 years or so, the accessibility of especially generative AI has made this opportunity so visible, more visible than ever. Huh? So you see these trends, two trends are interesting. On the one hand, you see a high challenges from industry, but on the other hand, you see a lot of opportunities from, for example, just as one major example, digitalization. So these two mega trends make us think product service system design so interesting. The second slide is a little bit of sort of addition to the previous one. So there are other trends and drivers relevant for PSS. These are more obvious ones, such as increased competition, customers' needs are also servitized, increased interest for the company to take over a larger part of the value chain. And I mean, typically companies want to specialize in certain things, and so on. So these more obvious trends and drivers are also supporting the trend of product service system and PSS design. So, looking at different countries, this is quite well-known result of survey, looking into how many percentage of manufacturing companies per country provide services. They are manufacturers, they do produce products. So besides the manufacturing, whether or not each company provides services or not. So overall, you probably see between, let's say, 20% and 60% of the manufacturers everywhere, they do provide services. So it's not a trivial thing for a manufacturer to provide services. It's an important part of their business. So when it comes to whether they make money out of providing services or not, and how much money they earn from service provision, is shown in this graph. This kind of data is rarely available. So I took this from Lodefak research result. He looked into the portion of the revenues of the manufacturing sector in Sweden. And you see the trends over the years. He looked into two different data sources, but both of them indicate a rather increase over the years. So when it comes to Sweden, the money manufacturing organizations earns from providing services has been increasing over the last years. So now it's, let's say, depending on the data sources, you could say above 20%, maybe close to 30%. Their revenue is from services, right? And then looking into when services take place. I think this is quite familiar to everyone. This is very old graph taken from 1998 from Harvard Business Review. This graph shows the profit margin from each phase along the value chain of typical products. This graph is made particularly for personal computers. So personal computers, they require first R&D and component, microprocessor manufacturing, and then other components are also necessary to be produced, and then the final products, in this case personal computers, must be assembled. Thereafter, software industry and also peripherals, some other physical components used for the computer are also provided. And then this is where services comes into the business. So many people say that this follows a so-called smile curve because the profit ratio starts with high on the left-hand side and then goes down in the middle and goes up again on the right-hand side in the downstream of the businesses. And you see here, as I said, services take place at the downstream of the value chain, whereas the product provision manufacturing takes place in the middle. So this smile curve clearly explains the higher profit ratio of the service business compared with the manufacturing business. And again, I mean, I need to say that this is a sort of a general observation. There might be exceptions, but this is quite a sort of valid in many cases, meaning that this is one of the strong reasons for why manufacturing companies have stepped into the service businesses and where they earn money. Okay? So looking into people, employees, occupations, this graph shows the data from US, looking into the employees' positions of a manufacturing organization, and depending on the type of the manufacturing organizations, the portion of service job positions differ a little bit, but roughly says that between 30 and 55% of the positions in a manufacturing organization are actually service-related jobs. And when you look up the global tech companies and also innovators, they have the highest portion, 55%. More than half of the jobs are about services in a manufacturing organization. So this also indicates the significance of service businesses in manufacturing, right? So now I think you hear what probably you have heard before by Levitt. So it's about drilling machines, and he said that what people want by using a drill is not a drill itself, but a hole made by a drill. This is so. This is implying so much different things. Products are a means, and an outcome of the products are different, and people often want the outcomes of the products. And Levitt also mentioned that there are no such things as service industries because everyone is in service business. And it's amazing that Levitt mentioned this more than a half century ago. So it's so amazing, at least to me. But so the thing is, you probably use the term service every day in different contexts. But it's very important even for manufacturing companies, and because that creates business opportunities and profitable business and doing better businesses, right? So these are all sort of trends and interesting insights regarding the services, especially for the manufacturing businesses. And another piece of interesting information, taken from a book named Industry X.0, published in 2017. So this graph visualizes what sort of sectors have sort of hidden markets, meaning that there are needs, but businesses are not yet materialized enough. And the axis shows the size of the market. And on the right-hand side, you see the value for industry. And on the left-hand side, it's rather value for society at large. So take a look at each piece shown on the sort of chart here. And you realize here product to services, right? So this is what I've been talking so far. And also sharing economy on the left-hand side is very much related to PSS. And you see those two areas are one of the most prominent topics areas. So after graduation, most likely you will find a job in industry, or unless you go to academia, then this is very interesting. Huh? You want to work for better jobs and I mean, of course, meaningful jobs, of course, but you probably want to have work for more interesting industries. And I think this graph tells you something. No? Another point of view, which is from research. So, so departing from industry and practice, so now looking into the research. So what are prominent research topics when it comes to services? So services are broad. That can include, for example, healthcare service, governmental service, and so on. So among those various types of service research, this graph shows what are more important research topics within the vast area of services. And the result indicates that PSS received the most important topic as recognition. This data comes from a survey in Japan where a few thousand responses were given and analyzed, 2/3 coming from academia and 1/3 responses came from industry. So they sort of see the possibilities and potentials of doing PSS research in the coming future, right? So I would like to ask you now, because I have shown the 9 slides, each of which hopefully was interesting to you. Did you see any new information? Did you see any surprise, or did you know all of this? So what's your response to those 9 slides? Don't be shy, and although it's recorded. Anyone?
So megatrends in Sweden.
Megatrends in Sweden. Yeah, okay.
HBO, Netflix, Spotify.
Yeah. So I think IT industry it has a very important role in PSS, which we will touch upon in the course as well. What else? Okay, you will have more opportunities in the rest of the week. Okay, then in the coming a few slides, I would like to address environmental issues as well. So as a citizen, as a consumer, you use different types of products every day. Huh? as you see here. They require natural resources, obviously, and when the products are used and reach at the end of their life, then many of them are landfilled. These two aspects both create environmental problems. Huh? And as a consequence, we see different pollutions and also, for example, water accessibility issues. These are big challenges, as you know. And manufacturers do influence a lot on this, because the reason why these problems happen are partly attributed to these manufacturing, right? So manufacturing industry must take an action to address this important issue. And PSS has a big potential to address this problem. And with that as a background, the European Commission issued a Circular Economy Action Plan back in 2020. Now I think they are in the phase of publishing the next version of the action plan. But if you look at what the Commission says, is very much designed for durability, product life extension, and also product as a service is spelled out in the action plan. So the Commission wants to see more product service system businesses in order to facilitate, in order to accelerate the transitions to a circular economy. And if you look at what the Commission has done so far, a lot of efforts have been put into material recycling, and there is a clear gap in the circular business models that include product service system, product as a service, that kind of business styles where value creation can be decoupled with material consumption, material use. So that is why the Commission sees a lot of potential in product service system design. And looking into the academic research, Chestin 2016 paper provides an interesting figure that explains the sort of trends of research over the years in terms of systemicness on the horizontal axis and let's say the relevance of people on the vertical axis. So many years ago, the Design for Sustainability research area started at the product level, and then that evolved over the years up to PSS level. That was the sort of history, and then the trend could be moving into spatial social level, and even to a higher level, which is socio-technical system level. So looking at the typical research area, such as eco-design, that was typically addressing product design, material choice, and disassemblability. Those kinds of issues were addressed, and they are very important and still important, but sort of academia realized that the problems are more complex. As I showed you in one of the first slides, the requirements, demands from the societies have become so complex, more complex, so that products alone cannot address such challenges enough. So therefore, the research area, so-called sustainable PSS, has emerged, and then other possible topics like social innovation and socio-technical system innovation are also becoming relevant. So this graph shows sort of a trend showing the research object has become larger, broader, so that more holistic improvement and optimization, if you like, must be addressed. So this is, I think, an important trend that you should keep in mind. So now, coming to the central concept of the course, PSS. This picture is taken from Bain's 2007, which has been used very much by a number of people, which I think clearly shows the fundamental difference between two business styles. One is selling products, the other is providing PSS. So on the upper half, you see selling products. You as a manufacturer provide products to the customers. Customers use the products. But that's their business. No? That's the customer's business. And the manufacturer get paid by providing products. But on the other hand, when it comes to providing PSS, what is more important, what is more relevant is not the product as such, but the outcomes of the product. So this is what Levitt referred to, right? So the customers are also interested in outputs, not the product as such. So this is the interface between the provider and then the recipient, right? And this creates a sort of trick where higher value for customers can be expected, and also the lower cost can be expected for the provider, and also there is an environmental potential improvement. This is probably sounding like a magic. No surprise to hear such a response, but I try to explain to you why this can happen. And there are different mechanisms to make this happen. So meaning that this doesn't automatically happen. Huh? You need to design something, products, services, and systems, so that the systems as a whole make this possible. And this is not easy for manufacturing organization or any organization to realize. But I always say, especially to companies, because this is not easy, therefore this is interesting for you. If it's easy, every company will do it, right? And one of the implications of this is more types of actors should be involved in PSS business compared with product sales business, which means that you are expected to create a value co-creation system, sort of business ecosystem, where the manufacturers, providers' commitment should be enhanced, and also in return, they have a higher potential to get more value captured, both for the provider and for the customers as well. Okay, so I hope this difference is clear to you. Okay, so this is quite important to understand. And in the inauguration ceremony, we heard that this course or program, maybe program as well, is multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary nature. And I think that's true, especially for this course. And this slide aims to clarify a little bit about possible confusions between similar terms. One is multidisciplinary and then interdisciplinary. And also there is another term called transdisciplinary. To start with multidisciplinary, it's a most simple one among these. So there are, let's say, multiple disciplines. And let's say there is a problem in industry or in society. And then the problem must be solved by using different bodies of knowledge. Okay? So once the problem is solved, then it's fine. So the knowledge remains as it was. But when it comes to interdisciplinary research or research and innovation, in addition to what happens with multidisciplinary research, so the interaction between different disciplines happen. You will hear examples in later slides. So these interactions create an opportunity to solve the problem better. Okay, so that's the difference. And then what about transdisciplinary? So what is in addition to the interdisciplinarity is, as a result of research and innovation, a new body of knowledge emerges. So this is the characteristics of transdisciplinarity. And what is a little bit complicating is there is another meaning of transdisciplinarity, TD. Sometimes TD is used for the character of interaction between the academia and industry. So it's a little bit confusing, but do understand TD is basically building upon interdisciplinarity, which builds upon multidisciplinarity. And TD1 and TD2 are features, meaning that both features can exist for a given research and innovation at the same time, right?
What is discipline creation?
But
What is discipline creation?
disciplinary creation? Oh yeah, okay, this one.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So this means what I said as sort of new discipline emerges. I have prepared one slide of the new discipline creation. So the funny thing is, unfortunately, I think this used to be the case often, at least some decades ago. But now, I think the university has a sort of expectation to contribute to solve the real problems in industry and society. So this shouldn't be the case anymore, right? So it's, I wanted to show this to you because it's a bit funny. It's cynical and funny. So we want to break this. Huh? So this is an example of discipline creation or emergence of a discipline. Everybody knows mechatronics, right? Everybody agrees to this is a discipline? Yeah, I think so. It happened, the emergence of mechatronics as a discipline happened in late 1960s with the feature of TD1 and TD2. So industries wanted more than what is possible with the mechanics and electronics. So industries wanted more complex movement, complex control, and thereby academia developed knowledge for how to realize this by combining mechanics and electronics. So you see an example like this, no? Have you seen this kind of mechanics? It's fascinating in a way, huh? If we see from our contemporary common sense. But now you see this kind of mechatronics machines is more common, right? And when realizing this kind of control and measurement and control and movement, mere combination, mere accumulation of mechanics and electronics was not enough. So the two disciplines must be interacted with each other so that this measurement and control was realized sufficiently. So this is one example of emerging new discipline. So I hope this was rather interesting to answer to your question. And I, together with two other colleagues, wrote a paper about 10 years ago. So it's like using different sets of crayons when doing TD1 and TD2. So you have an opportunity using a set of crayons and another set of crayons, and to draw a picture in order to address the challenges from society's industry. So this is a metaphor of TD1 and TD2. And when doing research, especially when creating TD2 knowledge, it's important to recognize the two sides, one of which you belong to, scientific practice, and you have partners from industry, from society, from the other side. And typically, in doing this kind of research, you need to frame the problems, and also you need to know each other, and then the research process is not straightforward. It often sort of the balls come back and forth between the two sides. The reason is quite obvious, because each side has its own mission, has its own motivation. So they are different. So the collaboration is not easy. But that is why this process makes so interesting, creating an opportunity to create new knowledge and also new solutions. So keep this in mind when you do research of, for example, product service system, especially in the context of industries, and you need to interact with industries and so on. This is important to remember. Easier to describe and explain, but very difficult to realize. We always realize this, but important to bear this in mind. Okay, then I think I have some more slides, unless you have any particular questions so far. I will move on. PSS is at least a multidisciplinary domain, which involves design, engineering design particularly, and also, for example, marketing and other disciplines as well, business administration, etc. And this chart is taken from Uraga, 2010. Marketing scholar, they described what are needed for product service system by manufacturers. They didn't use the term PSS, but they meant exactly the same thing. So from the marketing scholar's point of view, what are required as distinct capabilities for a manufacturing organization moving to PSS is these 5. And one of these is design to service capability, which is exactly about PSS design. And another relevant thing is risk assessment and mitigation. This is also relevant to a few topics you will be listening to, you will be learning in this week, how to address different types of uncertainty and risk management and so on. Why I showed this is that interestingly, different disciplines indicated that design is so important in this context. In this context, when manufacturers provide services in their business offerings. Okay, so this clearly indicates the importance of design in this context. So then, when it comes to designers, I want to ask you who they are and what they do. Who are they and what do they do? You can meet those people in this kind of environment. I mean, nowadays perhaps they work at home as well, but in many cases they are found in this kind of environment. So who are they?
Designers are creative individuals. They do problem solving.
Oh, great. Creative individual, problem solving. Very good, I think, introduction to what I referred to from John Jarrell, 1990. They are change agents in society. And they make physical change in the society. So this is, I think, very suitable definition of who they are. And this applies to PSS designers too. And they make changes in society, and they make some sort of physical changes, which doesn't mean what they provide are always physical, but through their activities, some physical changes do happen. So this is a message. And what you will learn in this course is quite a lot about procedures, design procedures, using different methods and tools. And why is this? Because this is one of the powerful opportunities for us knowledge creators, I mean academia, to make an influence in industry. For example, a procedure can be implemented in company A, saying that company A management says that, okay, whenever you run a project, you need to follow this procedure. Okay? So procedure can be described as different steps, for example, and then in each of the steps, you need to do this and this and that. This has a very part procedure, okay? Because typically, at least my group, my colleagues are not working on typical sort of R&D aspects like material, new materials, etc. We don't do this, but we have a very sort of effective ways of influencing companies' design, especially. So this is why you will hear so much about procedures, methods, and tools. Okay? And also, when it comes to when of design, it's important to remember the importance of front loading, meaning that the earlier stage of design is more important in terms of influence on the outcomes of design. This graph is taken, it's a very classic textbook representation by Sullivan. And this graph compared, back in 1980s, compared the product development between Japan and US, especially in the automotive industry, when US industry, manufacturing industry, suffered a lot, lagged from Japanese car manufacturers. And then they looked into why the difference, the huge difference happened. And one of the things they identified is the difference of the efforts put into in different phases of design. So in the case of Japanese company, they make more design changes, engineering changes in an earlier phase, so that the problems are fixed as early as reasonable. Whereas US companies turned out to be make a lot of more changes than Japanese companies in a later stage. And this causes a lot of additional costs in terms of course, time. So that is, of course, not efficient. So the important thing is you need to make decisions as much as possible and reasonable in an early phase of the design. So that's why you hear a lot on the methods and tools that can be applied to early stage, right? And if I describe the sort of the changes realized in the US at the time is this, because in the sort of older system in the US, they spent more time in redesigning of products. But after learning methods, especially quality management, they spent a bit more time in the early phase, and thereby they succeeded in reducing the total lead time for the product development. Okay? And that kind of knowledge is still used. This is a graph of our contribution to the British Standard in Circular Economy 2017. So that similar knowledge is applied, meaning the influence on the environmental impacts, environmental burdens is also influenced a lot by the early phase of design. With that, I think we can close this lecture. Before that, I would like to take any possible question that you may have for the first lecture. Yes, please.
What exactly is front loading?
Pardon?
What exactly is front loading?
Front loading. Yeah. So it exactly means that you are expected to collect information as much as possible and make decisions as much as possible in the, let's say, front stage, in the early phase of design. So that's usually called front loading. Yeah.
Do you think that is better or iterative process?
It's the iterative working is not really against front loading, and that's a, I think, very interesting question. And front loading shouldn't mean that everything should be decided at the beginning and shouldn't be revisited. That's not what the front loading should mean. The important message is that you should at least consider as much as possible at the front of design, and probably you should leave some of the decisions open in the front, and those should be decided later in the design phase. And thank you for your question, because I have prepared one graph I will use in later in this week in relation to product and services. Thank you. More question? Yes.
Sir, here in the graph, the American graph, after the launch there is sudden spike. What does that indicate?
You mean this one? Yeah.
Spike.
Yeah, this means that the customers call company that, hey, I have a problem in my car and fix this. So that's what this means. So the company needed to react to solve those problems. And then they make changes even after the product launch.
That means in Japan there are no changes.
From this graph and the sort of research procedure of Sullivan is a little bit unknown to me. I don't know how he collected the data behind this figure, but more or less this is a picture that they want to convey as a message, especially to US companies. And this is so much known figure, and well, basically many people agreed to this. Yeah. More yes.
But this process doesn't work for every industry, right?
Once again, please.
Like this engineering processes, if you come into software, if you are building a product, you are not able to get upfront complete inputs and as the product launches, you'll get more inputs, what you needed.
Yeah.
It will be ongoing process.
Yeah. That's a very good point, because when this graph was made, it was many years ago when software is less relevant than now. And I think that is a very interesting research area, how software development should be conducted in parallel with product development. And thinking about the offerings from car manufacturers nowadays, a lot of software updates are provided. That happens, of course, even after the product launch. Product remains the same, but softwares are continuously updated so that the function received by the users evolves over time. So this is quite different from the picture drawn by this. That's a very interesting aspect. And again, in relation to the previous question, I would like to address that in a later course in this week. Yeah. Okay. Yes, please.
Would it be right to say that the increase, I mean,
Yeah.
the graph being at that level for US companies
Mm-hmm.
is because of, say, unaddressed problems in the initial phase and or wrong decisions that were taken that
Yeah.
had to be corrected?
Yeah, I think this high number originates from both of what you said, unaddressed issues and also wrongly addressed issues. Yeah, I agree to you. Yes?
At the very start of your
Yeah.
slides, you mentioned a lot of companies, Bosch, Siemens Energy,
Yeah.
and you mentioned one common point of it,
Yeah.
that products come with services.
Yeah.
So according to your opinion, what is the main goal of all those companies?
Mm.
Collectively?
Yeah.
Is it to make money, to generate revenue, or is it something else?
I mean, obviously, those are all profit-oriented organizations, meaning that profit must be the one of the top priorities of their agenda. No doubt about that. What is, I think, interesting, especially in the last 3 years or so, is that those companies are receiving high pressure from especially shareholders regarding the effort for improving sustainability aspect of their business, products and services, and also their activities too, which is not exactly the same as economic, financial success. No? So the companies are forced nowadays to make efforts to improve the sustainability aspects as well. That is quite outspoken in the last years. So there are different types of motivations, purposes of each company. And it's not only financial aspect, and I think it's quite nowadays complex to address those missions and purposes. Yeah. Okay, any other question? And we could.
Tea break and then
Yeah.
we have the entire week.
Yeah. Thank you for your engagement. I felt this is a very good start, and let's look forward to the next activity. Thank you very much.
So we'll break for tea, right? So after tea again, so maybe now already it's 11:15. So maybe 11. Just before 11:30, you should be here. Right? That's right. I'll take you for tea, black tea.
If there is a chai, then
Chai.
yeah.
Start by Professor Tomohiko Sakao. So now I'll just bring in the perspective of design management and technology management, that too from the perspective of product service system with special emphasis to smart product, smart PSS design. That is number one agenda of this discussion. Other agenda is that in Indian context, what do we understand from product service system design and for that matter smart products. And the third agenda is that what are the different models that we need to consider for successful implementation of the PSS offerings, right. So, those are different models that we are going to discuss. So, from the slide you can see that models that we are going to discuss is primarily the TAM, that is technology acceptance model, theory of planned behavior, etc. So, we are going to discuss several this kind of models and their theoretical frameworks which are being considered whenever you are talking about PSS, right, and especially in Indian context, right. So, those issues we are going to discuss. So, I am starting the discussions again referring to Professor Victor Papanek. So, as you know that whenever you talk about design in Indian context, we basically refer to the design for development issues. So, whatever as a new offering that would like to give to our customer segment, it has to finally create value for the society and how it is going to contribute to the overall development of the society and how are we going to intervene in development of the quality of life of the people. We are not so much concerned about standard of living as such. We are referring to developing the quality of life of the people through our offerings. So, people like Professor Victor Papanek or Victor Margolin or our own Professor Amartya Sen, they have contributed a lot in this aspect. And for the socio-economic development of our country, how the product service system design creates a very significant role. And because you all know that whenever we talk about design, so who are the designers in the from the last discussion? Tom referred to Professor John Giro's definition that they are the change agents, right. So, whenever we talk about change agents, it also refers to the Tim Brown's one of the most celebrated book, that is Change by Design. So, designers are the change agents, and you can make a significant change in the socio-economic development of any nation through design interventions. And what should be our strategic approach in terms of design and technology management is to develop the capabilities of the people through our strategic interventions in design and technology management. And then how do you develop the quality of life of the people, right. In the last discussion, during Tom's discussion, there were a lot of queries coming in that graph where the Tom talked about a classical graph that talked about the early design, so front load, right. So, the early design considerations or early critical analysis in the design phase. So, other argument came in that is it possible for system development projects too, right. So, those concerns were coming up. So, now if you look into the Japanese theories of quality improvement, right. So, there are tools and techniques like quality function deployment, Kano model, right. FMEA, right. So, if you look into the schedule, you will find those are being mentioned, right. So, we are going to discuss tools and techniques like quality function deployment or customer activity cycle, right, or FMEA, that is failure mode and effect analysis. And all these are contributions of the Japanese management theories, right. And if you look into all these models, those are what? Those are basically design, the quality improvement at the design stage itself, right. So, now in Indian context, when you talk about improvement in quality of life, we are not referring to the quality of the product, we are talking about the improving the quality of life of the people through design interventions, where the product service system design is the question, right. What should be our strategic approach, right. So, as you know, as all of you are here and from different disciplines, primarily from design and management and technology, Tom has also talked about the interdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary those issues, right. So, he has also talked about the how mechatronics came up as a interdisciplinary or a transdisciplinary subject of academia. Maybe so as technology management or design management, right. So, design was treated separately, technology was treated separately, and the beauty is that in 2025 January all of us are sitting together and we are just trying to discuss how the design and technology talks to each other, right, and what is the role of management, and again in the context of India, right. So, yeah, so design management and technology management, right. So, you see, if you when you look into the traditional management theories, right. So, mostly those were from the perspective of marketing management, operations management, human resource management, right, and finance. So, these are basic 4 verticals of management, those were there in different business schools. And if you look into design also, if you look into design, you will find product design, interaction design, visual communication. These are the basic 3 bifurcations of design. And Tom has made a very interesting statement in his one of his slides, that the world has problems, but the universities, they have departments. So, luckily in IIT Guwahati, we have department of design, we also have school of business, and we also have the engineering schools. Now, you see so many different schools are coming up in different IITs, where the departments are actually breaking those brick walls and then interacting, or maybe those cross-disciplinary and the interdisciplinary dialogues are happening. So, now, if you look into from the context of academia, design management as a interdisciplinary area is coming up in a very big way. You will find in different world class universities now they are offering MBA in design management, right. So, and also they are offering specialization in technology management, right. So, initially what used to happen that these 2 areas were treated under strategic management, right. So, but now these are being considered as a separate academic domain, because the industry, they have realized that there is a huge potential and there is a need that the design fraternity must talk to the management fraternity, and the technology fraternity must talk to the design fraternity, and for that matter also technology fraternity must talk to the management fraternity. That way these things came up, just like the mechatronics came in, right. So, that is academia, and there is a huge industry requirement so that these dialogues happen. Now, in Indian context, this is more important, right. Though there is a huge investment in a natural science, maybe the physics, chemistry, mathematics, right. So, that is one funding, right. So, as a nation, we want to strengthen our position in natural science, right. But we cannot invest to the extent that maybe the developed countries have been investing in natural science research. Our fraternity, the design fraternity or the technology fraternity or the management fraternity, we need to more look into how existing technology we can use it for the benefit, right? So the so when we say the designers are the change agents, we do not actually we are not into pure technology development, or we are not into pure scientific development as such. We try to exploit the technology capabilities which has been developed by our technical school, and you want to exploit the market opportunity through strategic management interventions, right? We are not into pure technology development. For that matter, optical fibers are developed. Now we pick up optical fiber optics, and then can we develop a flower vase out of it? So the designers, when the fiber optics were there, they came up with that decorative flower vase, right? Two different utility products by using fiber optics. So now you have different composite materials. So we are not into development of composite materials as such, right? But okay, when you take the material driven design as a principle, we take the advantage of the composite materials and come up with different products and services. So now designers are the one who would listen to what are the different opportunities that have been created by new technologies, and how do we exploit that technology to create certain offerings in the market. And in Indian context, what should be those offerings, right? Because in Indian multicultural fabric, our requirements are very different, right? So Tom is from Japan, stayed in Sweden, right? So we need to learn from him. And then how do we finally fine tune those theories and concepts in order to cater to the needs of the people of Indian subcontinent? And also with how do we compete with the world market, and the offerings those are being created by the world class companies, right? So that is our challenge. So right. So the motto should be the design for life. When I say design for life, we are talking about the improvement of quality of life of the people. So the power of observation and insights, how do we develop our power of observations and insight in different interactions that happens between different entities and different objects around us, that finally results into product service systems. How do you formulate different government policies? We already have the National Innovation Policy in place. We have the innovation councils in place, right? And institute level also we have the innovation councils. So how do we take into account of those innovation policies? Like in the first maybe second slide of Tom's presentation, he talked about the innovation policies of Sweden, right? So whenever we talk about all the Scandinavian countries, they have a high innovation index because of their government policies support it. So we are in that particular race, and now you see a lot of innovative offerings are coming up. Encourage entrepreneurship based on creativity and innovation, right? So when Tom threw this question that how do you define designers, one of the response was that the designers solve problems creatively. Maybe from this bench it came out. So how do we develop entrepreneurship based on creativity and innovation, and how do you focus on the socio-economic development? So this is the basic this should be the basic focus, or the basic way of looking into whatever we do as a part of product service system design in Indian context. Point to be noted that when we submitted this particular proposal to the GIAN body, so they gave a very significant remark on this, that the Indian context has to be brought in, right? So Indian context has to be brought in. So post lunch session I will discuss about the project that we are going to take as a part of this entire course. And right now I'm just telling you, please try to bring in the Indian context of the problem space that you are going to decide as a group project in the center course, right? So that's my request. Now come to theoretical models. So now you see, we are talking about exploiting the technology capabilities. So and then we are talking about coming up with business offerings by using those cutting edge technology. So the how do you bring that particular technology to people? Because finally the people have to accept it, right? So one of the major challenge is that some latest technology is knocking your door that is already there in some developed countries, or maybe some business organizations, they have successfully exploited that technology and they have implemented that particular, they have used that technology, created some offering, given it to the marketplace, and that those offerings are being readily accepted by the people, right? It may not exactly work in another demography, or for that matter another geography, like maybe in India, right? So there are a lot of technology acceptance or adoption challenges, right? So whenever you talk about product service system, we need to very clearly talk about it, right? For example, in order to make this complex story simple, when the ATM machines were being installed by ICICI Bank, at that point of time, KB Kamath was the CEO of ICICI Bank. It was a very hard challenge for him, because a lot of people, they did not find confidence of withdrawing money from ATM, right? And they always faced some kind of security threat, right? And they also did not know how to operate, right? So now, but it took a lot of time to encourage people to go to ATM and then use it, right? In fact, banks nowadays, all the nationalized banks or the corporate banks who are operating in India, corporate bank, if you can talk about Axis Bank or ICICI or HDFC, or maybe all the nationalized bank, they are encouraging people to use their banking app. For that matter, SBI is encouraging people to use YONO app, right? Why? Because they do not want people to come to their branches unless it is very much needed, right? Because they need to maintain their infrastructure, and there is a huge cash handling charges. The moment you deposit the cash in bank, they have a lot of cash handling charges, right? So overhead goes up. So now, to what extent people have adapted to those apps or those technologies, and on the other hand, we have the neobanks, right? So that is another new technology which is coming out, a new business format which is coming in. So on one hand, you have the traditional banks, you have the post offices where the people used to go and traditionally deposit their money for the small savings accounts, right? On the other hand, you have the neobank, you have the bank apps, you have the illiterate people, you have the people who are farmers, who do not have access to who do not know how exactly to operate those, right? And in different e-governance project, you want that the people should be able to use those systems, right? So always there you will find there's a challenge of technology acceptance and adoption. So you have developed a business offering by using a cutting edge technology, but how do you actually take that particular thing to people? So for that matter, these models are there. So these models actually are helpful for you to understand your context. So why several models? Because all these several models talks about different issues and different contexts. You will also find some similarity of the attribution variables considered in one model with the other model, right? So many times you will find the models are talking to each other, but many times you will find that the models are also exclusive in their focus and in terms of considering the different aspects of technology acceptance and user behavior, right? So you can see the models what I'm referring to is the innovation diffusion model, technology acceptance model TAM, which is very popular. It's a classical model which is very popular, right? We will discuss about TAM, then the theory of reasoned action, theory of planned behavior, that is TPB, that is also a very popular model, right? So, we will just discuss some of the models now. Let us start with technology acceptance model. So, what this model talks about? The technology acceptance model, in short TAM, is an information system theory that models how users come to accept a new technology, right. So, whenever you talk about product service system, right. So, you have a product in hand, right, and mind it, that particular product can be a tangible product or can be an intangible product too, right. Not necessarily that the product has to be a tangible product. You have a product in hand, you are integrating some service into it, and the product and service interaction is happening through a system, right. So, in this kind of a complex environment, like in John Thakura, when he talks about the designing in a complex world, right. So, now we are living in a very complex world, right. So, in this complex situation, how the people are accepting a particular technology which is being integrated in your offering. So, you have developed a PSS, right, where you have used some cutting edge technology, and how that particular offering is finally going to people. You may note down some of the things, but do not worry about the slides. We will create a drive where we will put all the slides for your access, right. Do not worry about those slides, right. But meanwhile, for ready reference, if you want to note down, not for me, for Tom also. So, all the slides we are going to put, including the papers that we are referring, including all the research papers, whatever we are going to refer, we will put everything in drive, because those are our publication, our work only, there is no problem, we will share with you, right. But for time being, if you want to note down, you can note down, feel free to do that. So, now the actual system use is the end point where people use the technology. Behavior intention is the factor that leads people to use the technology, right. So, how the behavior intention is being formed, right. So, you have developed a PSS, but while developing that PSS, you have studied the user behavior, right. But how that PSS becomes an integral part of the consumer's life, right. So, one of my new PhD thesis which is happening in the field of product behavior, right. So, we basically talk about PSS behavior. So, before that we did a study on emotional design. So you see that whenever you talk about emotional design, you are basically talking about the pre-purchase behavior. You are trying to understand person's emotion, you are trying to map it, and then you are developing a product service system. That is one way of looking into. But when I design a product and I give it to you, it becomes an integral part of your life, right, and accordingly your behavior changes. Actually, I can influence your user behavior through a product intervention. For example, I have trained you to use the banking app to such efficiency that now you are not going to bank at all. But while developing that particular app, I did the user behavior, but you see the power of my design. Now you are not at all going to bank, you are doing every transaction through that app itself. So, that's my power of design, and that's how I have changed your user behavior, right. So, now so basic variables are 4. So, one is the perceived usefulness, that refers to the degree to which user believe that the using a system would improve job performance. That is perceived usefulness, right. Suppose the YONO app, when I tell you that the State Bank of India has come up with a new app, what is your perceived usefulness? How do you perceive that? Do you really think that it will be useful, right? So that's your perceived usefulness. So, whether it will be effective. So, when Lenskart came up with their business model of PSS, pure PSS kind of a offering. So, what is your perceived usefulness? So, do you really think that online ordering of a spectacle, right, would be good for you, whether it's useful to you or not, right? Other is the second one is the perceived use of use. These two are different. Do not get confused between perceived usefulness and perceived use of use. Perceived use of use is what refers to the degree to which users believe that the system is easy to use, right? Usefulness is the okay, one particular thing can be useful, but you may feel that it is not having the ease of use. Fine. So, you believe that using that particular app will basically help you in many aspects, but you find it, you do not find it use, you are not at ease of use of that particular product, right. Then the third one is the attitude towards using, refers to the response of a user when facing a specific concept or target, right. So, what is your attitude? Do you have attitude to use it or not? Many times many products or many offerings fail because the consumer, they do not have attitude to adopt it. There are a lot of attitudinal issues, right. For example, this particular program, right. So, when the program is being floated, one is the perceived usefulness. Do you feel that this program will be useful for you? Perceived ease of use, though, whether you find it convenient to actually go through this 5 years, this 5 days program, whether you have ease of coming here, attending it. Third is the attitude. If you have attitude to attend, then only you register. If you have negative attitude, then you won't, right. So, if all these three are there, right, so then only it's your behavior intention to use. So, these three is combining together, finally it results to your behavior, and maybe you have registered and then you paid, then you have come here, right, something like that. So, for any product or service or system, these things are going to, and think of a new thing, new technology, new product. So, why I am talking about this particular program as a reference is that this is not your status quo, this is change. Your status quo is that you are already enrolled into a particular program, or you are already in some organization, that is your status quo. So, that is you are doing. Apart from that, you are putting yourself forcibly in a discomfort situation. This discomfort, no? Fine. So, you are going away from your routine, right. But what makes you to get motivated to finally enroll and sitting with me and discussing with me, right. So, that is your behavioral intention to use. Similar thing is going to happen with any product or service or system, or any business organization is going to give you as an offering. Then the behavioral intention to use, there are plenty of researchers have proven that the behavioral intention is positively correlated with actual behavior. So, the behavioral intention and the actual behavior, right, is positively correlated with actual behavior, and behavioral intention is the measurement of an individual acceptance of new technology or media, right. So, that becomes his behavioral intention. Now, come to other model, that is theory of reasoned action. So, in theory of reasoned action, you have basically three attributes, that is the behavioral beliefs and attitudes. The first one is behavioral beliefs and attitudes. A person first forms belief about the outcome of a given behavior. For example, if I exercise, I will improve my health, lose weight and be more attractive. This belief contributes to his or her attitude or evaluation of the outcome of the behavior, that is being healthy and attractive is good right. So, I give value to it. The more favorable the attitude, the stronger is the intention. So, that is my behavioral belief. I believe in that, right. So, that is my behavioral belief and attitude, right. So, if you have a very positive attitude towards that particular behavior, so many times you can call it a preconceived set of mind, right. So, you already have a preconceived set of mind towards that particular technology or towards that particular offering, right. If this comes, maybe I will adopt, right. So, that is your behavioral belief, uh, using an electric vehicle is good, right, or ordering food online is good, right. So, you find or using Uber is good, right. So, or using neobank, becoming a customer of the neobank is good, right. So, that is your behavioral attitude, right. Second is the normative belief and subjective norms. So, what is normative beliefs and subjective norms? Normative beliefs refer to a person's perception about the expectations of important others. That is, for example, my friends think I should exercise, right. This belief contribute to the perception of a social pressure and contribute to the motivation to comply. That is, I feel pressurized to exercise and want to fit in my friends. The more powerful the perceived norm pressure, the stronger the intention. So, there are social pressure. The social pressure and within your fraternity you want to get it accepted. Do you use WhatsApp? No, I do not use, right. You are not up to the mark, right. So, so when WhatsApp came, lot of people they said no, I do not use WhatsApp. So, it becomes an inconvenience for you, right. So, that is the pressure, that is the social pressure or the pressure that you have. So, do you have a LinkedIn account, right. So, whether you should have a LinkedIn account or you should regularly post in LinkedIn, or maybe whether you need to have a premium account in LinkedIn or not. So, one is the behavioral belief and the attitude, other is the normative belief and subjective norms, right. So, whether you need to have a business account or not, right. So, that becomes your normative beliefs and subjective norms, and behavioral beliefs and attitude, those that's something very personal. That's something very personal. So, your peers are not affecting on that. But when you talk about the normative beliefs and subjective norms, basically those are influence. As a part of your peers' influence, your behavior has taken that kind of a shape. Then control beliefs and perceived behavioral controls. A person forms belief about the factors that may facilitate or be barriers to engaging to a specific behavior. Have time before work, I have access to the gym, I am physically able to exercise, right. So, I am getting an opportunity to use it, so that is why I am doing it, right. So, that is not actually the normative belief, that is a control beliefs, right, that is a control belief. So, I am getting that particular product free, right, or from my organization is telling that it's free for you, you need to use it, right. So, that is why now you are using it. So, that is control belief and perceived behavioral controls. This belief lead to a perception of behavioral control and sense of ease, difficulty in engaging in the behavior. I will be able to access, okay, I should be able to do it, right. Intention refers to people's plan of action and represent their express motivation to perform their behavior, right. So, if you look into this exhibit, behavioral belief, attitude towards the behavior, normative belief is the subjective norm, and control belief is the perceived behavioral control. These three combining together, it becomes the intention and the behavior, right. We are discussing this from the Smart PSS perspective. So, whenever you are talking about the smart product or smart product service system, technology barriers and technology acceptance plays a very crucial role, right. So, whenever you are talking about smart product service system, these are the major issues, right. So, these are the models through which you can do the analysis. come to theory of planned behavior. Theory of planned behavior is a psychological theory that links belief to behavior. The theory maintains that three core components, namely attitude, subjective norm and perceived behavior control, together shape an individual's behavior intentions. In turn, the tenet of TPB is the behavioral intention is the most proximal determinant of a social behavior. The theory was elaborated with the help of these three variables. One is attitude, is defined as the degree to which person makes a favorable or unfavorable assessment regarding a behavioral question. So that is your attitude, right. So, that is very complex. Attitude is something very complex that will naturally come to you, right. So, you may have a positive or a negative attitude, or you may have a neutral attitude for something. So that is the attitudinal. So, you will find many behavioral issues are basically attitudinal, right. Second is a subjective norm, denotes the perceived organizational social pressure to perform or not perform the behavior in question. In general, the potential user of any technology at the early stage of diffusion lack enough information to make a decision about using it, right. So, any so there is also there is called diffusion theory. So, you see whenever you launch a new offering to the market, and that is also you have used a cutting edge technology, you will find slowly it will get diffused to the market, right. So, at instance there are some early adopters. Early adopters are very aggressive, they will first adapt to it, then it slowly percolates into the other sections, then you will find that okay, it becomes a common norm, right. So, subjective norm will get created once you get your peers, no, your peers are using that particular product. Hey, there is a new product, or hey, there is a new offering from this, are you using it, right. So, this is more effective, right. So that way it would come. Perceived behavioral control, again as I told you, reflecting a person's perception of the ease of difficulty or performing the behavior, which is assumed to consider past experience and anticipated obstacles and the impediments. So, attitude, subjective norm and the perceived behavioral control, combining these three, your purchase intention or your behavioral intention gets formed, and that becomes your behavior. That is how actually you behave with the business offering. Unified theory of acceptance and the use of technology. This is very interesting. In many of the e-governance projects that we have done so far, we have extensively used it. So, this unified and TAM, TPB and this UT, AUT, all these three models we have extensively used for different e-governance projects that we have done. So, in this unified theory of acceptance and use of technology, you see the unified theory of acceptance and use of technology is a technology acceptance model formulated by Venkatesh in 2003. It is and we have found that in Indian context it has been used, right, extensively, primarily in the e-governance projects. The UT aims to explain user intentions to use an information system and subsequent user behavior. The theory holds that there are 4 key constructs. So, what are the constructs? First one is the performance expectancy, is defined as the degree to which an individual believes that using a particular technology will help him or her to attain a performance gain, right. So, a new portal has been launched by government to give you a service, right. So, as an user you believe that by using that particular portal your performance will increase, right. Effort expectancy is defined as the degree of use associated with the use of particular technology, like you know, okay, this particular technology has been used in this particular offering. So, that is why it will be more efficient, right. So, you know this technology has been used, so it is more efficient. Social influence is defined as the degree to which an individual perceives that important other believe he or she should use the new technology, right. So, this again social influence, so that is subjective. So, you as a citizen or you as a customer, you find that okay, the other peers are using this. So, by using this, if you do not use it, then you are out of the track. Fourth one is the facilitating conditions are defined as the degree to which an individual believes that an organizational and technical infrastructure exists to support the use of the new technology. You understand that as because you are using this new technology, you are also going to get support. If you fail here, you are going to get support, right. So, that the service part is very much closely integrated whenever some new offering has been given to you by using a new technology. So, performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence and facilitating conditions, which is a service support that the organization is giving. Combining all these four, you get the behavioral intention, and it significantly varies with gender, age and experience, right. Then the user behavior gets formulated on the basis of this, for the integration of these four: performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence and the facilitating conditions. Norm activation model. The norm activation model proposes that performing a behavior that benefits others or the environment is motivated by more a self expectation or personal norm, a key construct. Personal norm is defined as a feeling of moral obligation to act in a particular way in a particular situation. This model basically talks about that a person takes that particular offering as a moral obligation. I need to use it, it is a moral obligation for me, compared to the other attitudinal concepts, right. So, like TPB or TAM, this refer to the evaluations based on material, social or psychological payoffs. Personal norms focus exclusively on the evaluation of the acts in terms of their moral worth to self. So, they personally feel that okay, I need to use it. So, awareness of consequences, situational responsibility, efficacy and ability. These are the four different traits or constructs, those combined. So, on one extreme end you have the awareness of consequences, and the other the denial of responsibilities, right. And with this construct the personal norms get formulated, and that actually drives your behavior. Now comes to the other model, that is the value based adoption model. So, in value based adoption model, which is proposed by Kim in 2007, that claimed that the previous TAM proposed by Davis was limited to explaining the acceptance of new ICT, that is and the new ICT users should not recognize as simply technology users, but also consumers. So, this is an empirical study based on TAM, and they came up with value based adoption model, whereas TAM aimed to explain the intention of use of technology based on usefulness and ease of use, right. You remember usefulness and the ease of use was the main. VAM shows the benefit, usefulness and enjoyment, right, and sacrifice, technicality and perceived fee as the main factors, and perceived value and analyze intention of use. VAM aims to explain the adoption of technology on TAM and perceived value in order to overcome the limits of TAM in the new ICT environment. You see, basically they are talking about the benefits and sacrifice. Under benefit, he talks about the usefulness and enjoyment, right. So, whenever a new offering has come to you from the business house, so you or maybe from government, you see the usefulness of it and whether you enjoy using that particular offering or not. And sacrifice will come from technicality, that is the you are finding it technically very difficult to use, right. So, you sacrifice from that perspective, and perceived fee, you need to pay something for it. And combining these benefits and sacrifice traits, the perceived value gets formulated, and that finally goes drives towards the adoption intention. Move to another method that is called the technology readiness index. Technology readiness can be defined as people's propensity to embrace and use new technologies for accomplished goals in home life or at work. The literature consistently conceptualizes the TRI as having 4 dimensions. One is optimism. So, a positive view of technology and belief that it offers people increased control, flexibility and efficiency in their lives, that is the optimism. Then innovativeness, a tendency to be a technology pioneer and thought leader are motivators which contribute to the consumer's technology readiness. So the major contributors are optimism and innovativeness, right. So, what is the level of optimism that particular offering is creating, and what is the level of innovativeness that particular offering is creating. Then the inhibitors are the discomfort, a perceived lack of control over technology and feeling of being overwhelmed by it. So, you are confused how to use it, right. So your users are confused and with the complexity of the technology. So, it is providing discomfort. Insecurity, a distrust of technology stemming from skepticism about its ability to work properly and concerns about its potential harmful consequences, right. So, insecurity and discomfort, like I told about the using an ATM machine, right, or maybe during the COVID period also we found we went through a lot of discomfort and insecurity whenever it was being told to us to go for one vaccines, right. So, whether to go for Covaxin or Covishield. So, insecurity and discomfort and the optimism and the innovativeness, right. So, then you finally adapt to a particular technology, but at that point of time we were almost forced, right. So, whenever you talk about the technology readiness index, right, so you know, okay, optimism and innovativeness, discomfort and insecurity, right. So, suppose I tell you that okay, why don't you go for LASIK surgery? Why are you wearing spectacles, right? And if you want to go for your gallbladder stone removal, how about going for a robotic surgery, right? So, these things will come, no? Optimism and innovativeness, discomfort and insecurity, and then finally whether you are adapting to that offering or not, right. This is the last model that I am discussing. So, innovation diffusion theory. So, here you in this construct you find this 5 variables, that is the relative advantage, right. So, diffusion of innovation theory that seeks to explain why and at what rate new ideas and technologies spread, like I told you, you come up with a new PSS offering, right, by using a cutting edge technology and how actually it spreads to the market. The relative advantage attribute talks about, it accounts for the ability of an innovation to enhance the user state of well-being, and that the use of the new technology is highly dependent on comparable benefits derived from its use. That is the, okay, you find there is a relative advantage of using this particular product, right, or this particular offering. Compatibility refers to the degree to which an innovation is perceived as being consistent with the existing system. You are already using, you are already into a system, and the new technology is coming in or the new offering is coming in. How compatible that particular new offering with your existing system? It is completely changes. If it is not compatible to the kind of ecosystem that you are in, there is a huge amount of discomfort, and most likely you are not going to adapt to it. For example, you buy a new phone, so whether your all the media and the data gets very confidently transferred to that particular new phone or not, or for the new system or not. complexity refers to the degree to which an innovation is perceived as being easy or difficult to understand, right. So, whether people can very easily understand it, or whether those complexity remains, or your users are being very easily able to understand the technology or not. Trialability refers to the degree to which the innovation may be experimented with the limited basis, right. So, whether you get an opportunity to experiment with it, and if you feel more discomfort, so can you fall back to your earlier situation. So, whether those trial options are there or not. A new offering has come, right. So, so whether you have an option to make a trial of the new offering, and if you still feel it is creating a discomfort, shall I go back to my previous situation or not. So, what is the level of triability and the trust issues with that. Observability is the refers to which the degree to which the results of an innovation are visible to others, right. So, whether again that is the peer pressure, right. So, so again that is subjective, right. So, whatever the new technology that I am using, whether is it feasible to others or not, right. So, again those compatibility issues will come. So, I conclude with this slide. So far what we have discussed, in order to summarize, we have primarily picked up two terms. One is the design management, other is the technology management, right. So, and how these two are interrelated. Previously we used to say design separately, management separately, technology separately, right. So, now we are trying to combine these three, right, and then we have taken the lens of Indian context, that in Indian context how design, technology and management actually behaves in an academic discipline. And as because we are discussing product service system, then we try to see that whenever we are designing a new offering of PSS, how different technology acceptance and adoption issues are there, and how those technology acceptance and adoption issues can be analyzed, and how we can conduct research on consumer on acceptability and adoption of the technology, and how the behavioral changes happens in terms of academic research or in terms of any industrial research that you would like to conduct. So, these are the models that we have discussed. So, these models are the theoretical frameworks. Those are experimented, trial, and lot of empirical studies has been done by using these models. These are proven models. So, you can pick up these models for your studies, right, for your master studies or your PhD studies, or maybe in any business organization for consumer behavior study, whenever you are talking about a new business offering or new PSS design. These are the constructs and the models and frameworks that you can use. So, we have provided you these tools and techniques. We will share with you the slide. If you want to read more about these models, you can read different journals which talks about these models. So, we have given a comprehensive overview of these models. We have opened the window to study these models, and depending on your requirements, your industry and academic requirement, you can pick up any models. Like you have seen the several models, not necessary that you will be using all the models at the time. For you, one model will be effective, for other model may be effective, right. Fine. Thanks for your patience. So, now Akanksha, we break for lunch, no? We break for lunch.
And we'll meet at 2.
We'll meet at 2.
We have a lecture with Sakao sir at 2. And then after that, we'll have a tutorial. So for the tutorial, please bring your laptops.
Because from the schedule you might have seen that its lecture session is linked with one tutorial. Tutorials you will do here itself, and for that you need laptop, because all those tools are in Excel. So, we will be doing it here itself.
And for those who don't have access to Wi-Fi, I have sent a user ID and password. You can use that and log into the Wi-Fi.
Thank you. Do not miss a single session.
Model talk about either the intention of the user and the behavior of the user. So, for suppose the upcoming age is all
UTAT and TAM.
welcome back after the lunch break. So in the first lecture in the morning, I gave you some sort of introductory background lecture explaining the motivations and possible benefits from providing PSS. And then now in this second lecture, I will go deeper into PSS by addressing pros and cons and also risks and opportunities. You will hear a lot of comparisons in this exact lecture between product sales and PSS provision. I do that with purpose because product development, manufacturing has a much longer history, and industry has a much more broader and also deeper knowledge and experience that doesn't exist for product service system provision. So that's why I try to make a stark contrast between the two so that you have a better understanding of PSS provision. So again, this set of learning outcomes expected from this lecture. Number one, I start with what is a service, because it can mean differently for different people on different contexts. And then explaining what providing services means, implies. Then you should be able to describe pros and cons of providing PSS and opportunities and risks. So these are the expected learning outcomes from this lecture. So even product means differently to different people. But in this context, PSS context, I suggest we follow this definition, meaning a product is physical and it's an object, right? On the other hand, a service is an activity, and human does that, right? And there's a clear distinction if you look at this slide. But this question can be answered differently by different people. For example, if you go to a bank asking, what is your product? Then they bring you probably, so this is a portfolio of investment right now. And then behind that, always human activity, like consultants and experts analyze the securities and so on. And then you invest money and customers get return. So for them, that's a product. But in this context, a product is an object. And service is a human activity. So now, in the first lecture, we had some discussions about software in terms of digitalization. And software is very interesting. Software is, in a way, an object because it consists in codes, right? You can see how it's written. But it runs. So it can be seen as an activity as well. But it's not human activity. So in this course, and also in the theories that we have built, at least our group has built upon PSS design, software belongs to an object. By that, we could build different theories. You will hear in the coming lectures. So without that clear sort of separation or sort of understanding of what software is, we remain discussing vaguely. So we want to avoid that. So we avoid that. And software belongs to a product in this course. This is an interesting area, as I said. And I think this sort of deserves more research in the future. Thereby, there is a potential to build new theories. But that is beyond this course. Okay? So for now, think software as part of the product, as a kind of product, right? Shostak in the 1970s wrote several seminal papers this figure comes from one of her papers. This is a spectrum of different, let's say, offerings along the tangibleness and also, of course, intangibleness. So if you look at the right-hand side, what I do now, i.e. teaching, is placed at the most intangible side of the scale. I kind of agree to that, but I also use objects. For example, materials that you will later get access to. That's a physical thing. And I use computers even. That's, of course, physical product. So teaching still uses physical products. Therefore, it can be seen as a PSS. But if you gradually move to the left, consulting, yeah, I think you will understand, next to teaching, and investment management, as I said earlier. Airlines, they offer a lot of services when you are on board and before as well. And obviously, they use a number of physical products, aircrafts and seats in the craft, etc. So I think it's also understandable. And then moving to the left, I think what is interesting, one thing, is automobiles. We discussed in the very first lecture about the sector, and it provides an interesting thing in recent years because of the digitalization. But back in 1970s, it used to be very sort of physical objects, which was focused on in the business offerings. Now it's quite different. Then moving to the far left, interestingly, it's salt. I like this example because I can't disagree to this. Salt is, for me, as a sort of hypothetical practitioner, very difficult to provide services on. I mean, salt, everyone knows salt and how to use it, right? So it's a physical thing, and it can have value that is high enough alone as a physical product. So then now I'm giving you one question. So you saw teaching at the far right on the scale before, and I sort of made a disagreement a little bit of that. Then a question is, what is the most intangible thing? What can you think of, something that is even more intangible than teaching? So an offering that doesn't use any physical product. So this is a question. What do you think? Sorry? Hospitality, yeah. For example, in tourist industry, hospitality, good answer, I think. And sometimes they don't use any physical product. Like you will meet a tour guide, for example. They don't use any physical product in many cases. Great. Other ideas? Okay, good. I have prepared 2 answers. I mean, I'm not saying this is absolutely right or more right or anything like that. So one thing is this. Yesterday, I had a pleasure that Pratul took me to a barber because I didn't have time before the trip to go to a barber. And I had fortunate to get this service. The barber didn't use any physical thing. He used his power, his muscle to do this service. And I think this is a very good example of pure service, right? I will probably use this example in the rest of this lecture. Another thing is this one. I think quite similar to the tourist guidance, for example. Message. A person giving a message. It's a human activity. And I mean, for example, excuse me, I'm taking an example from Christianity. If you go to a church in Christianity, they use the term service exactly. And then, but in their case, the sort of preaches built on the Bible in many cases. The Bible is a book. It's written. And so from this point of view, the service by the church can be seen as a product and service offering. And, but as you know, there are many services that don't use any physical product, but still conveying a message, right? So I think this is also an interesting example that we could come back to in the rest of the lecture. All right. When it comes to pure services, there are sort of several classic seminal papers. For example, 1960s, Reagan proposed this set of characteristics called IHIP: intangible, heterogeneous, because human does the job, it's almost always different from a person to person, from the provider side and also from the recipient side. Inseparability, meaning that it's impossible to separate from the production and use. You will hear in the next slide too. Perishability, the massage that I received yesterday doesn't come back. No? It disappears, right? So these are classic characteristics. And we know there are some sort of advanced theories that built upon this and further elaborated, but I think this is still useful to start with. Okay? So I want to dig deeper into one of these characteristics, that is inseparability, in the coming slide, because this is relevant especially to PSS. So in the slide you see now the business of selling products, physical products, that typically consists of a sequence of different activities of the provider, starting with design, production, whose outcome is a physical object, and then the object is moved to a user, and the customer uses that object, and so on. So manufacturing companies often say that this business is sort of moving box businesses. So they make something, they pack the things into a box, and the box is moved. Then their job is done. On the other hand, when it comes to service, service can be designed, and thereafter, service is produced and used. But these two processes occur at the same time, in parallel, right? So think about the massage. The barber can't do the job without me consuming the service, okay? So that's why we say this, the characteristic that is inseparability. I hope you notice the stark contrast between the two models in terms of the sort of relationships between the provider and customer. So in the product sales business, they sort of they provide, and the other side receive the boxes. Huh? So in a way, they look like sort of in a way opposing to each other. But in the case of service, they work together in terms of time, and also they interact with each other. So these are sort of preconditions of services, right? So this is an interesting aspect that will come back in the rest of the lecture too. Now, I'm giving you a rather well-known example of a certain shift between the sort of product sales business to service-based business. So I need to explain first what is it about. Let's say there is a chemical producer which produces paint in a can, and the can is moved to the automotive manufacturer who use the paint object in painting a car, right? So that is a product sales business. But that can be realized by service business, where the chemical producer commits to painting the activity. Thereby, the car manufacturer gets their cars painted as an outcome of the service of the paint manufacturer, right? So in the, let's say, service-based business model, the interaction between the chemical manufacturer and the car manufacturer is wider in terms of time. They need to cooperate in the painting process, right? But that doesn't happen in the case of product sales business. Okay, so this is what an example where you see the inseparability of the service characteristics. And what is even more interesting, in my opinion, is in the product sales business, what is a major incentive of the chemical producer? That is selling more paint, right? Because they are get paid by the number of cans of chemicals provided. On the other hand, well, of course, depending on the formulation of the business, but it can be like this. So the car manufacturer charges the chemical company by the number of cars painted, right? So in that setting, chemical manufacturer is incentivized to reduce the paint used. So because the number of cans provided doesn't count. So what counts is the number of cars painted. So this is a sort of drastic difference produced by changing a little bit of the business formulation. So this is, I think, a very interesting aspect in general. In the context of PSS design, a change that is very small, but that could change the sort of outcomes drastically. So this is often happening. So I often use, therefore, this example. And so in another way, so this is what I explained in the previous two slides. In the real world, there are a number of things that are associated with uncertainty, right? So because in the real world, it's often uncertain. And for example, in the case of PSS provision, as I said before, the provider interacts with the customer continuously, and therefore the uncertainty of the, for example, customer needs is very interesting, because in the PSS, you are expected to co-work together with the customer continuously, and then let's say you need to be prepared for a possible change of the customer needs. And therefore, the provider better handles the change of the needs. And also, products are, of course, associated with uncertainty. For example, products fail from time to time, and we exactly can't tell which day that happens, right? So that's uncertainty as well. And also that uncertainty applies to the service activity as well, because the technician of the manufacturing company, let's say service people, might sort of fail to fix a problem that occurred in the product. So that's also an uncertainty. But the interesting thing, the difference is, in the case of PSS, the uncertainty can be used as an opportunity, not only seen as a risk, but also taken as an opportunity. For example, provider might say to the customer saying that, okay, you don't know exactly what the customer needs are in the coming years. Therefore, we accordingly address your changing needs. So that's sort of a business offering opportunity for the provider point of view, okay? So that is why we say that the uncertainty in this case can be used as a business opportunity. But in the case of product sales, relatively speaking, the uncertainty associated with the product and also the customers are more perceived as risks, because the business transaction ends when the moves are boxed. The boxes are moved to the customer side, right? So then thereafter, the uncertainty is much more seen as a risk. So I hope you see the sort of difference between how uncertainty is perceived, can be seen depending on the business model formulation. And a number of researchers mention that uncertainty is one of the key factors that differentiates PSS business from the product sales. These are those examples, and I think I have addressed all of these, just they support what I mentioned. So another aspect I want to tell you is also a kind of contrast between the product sales and PSS provision from the viewpoint of quality of something, okay? Because I assume that you have learned about product quality, quality management. So in the case of product provision, traditionally, quality in product development and also manufacturing is addressed in the following way. So there are usually parameters, let's say the length or strength of product under designing or manufacturing. There is a target parameter, and deviation is usually allowed with a certain width. And in this case, the deviation is usually seen as a bad thing. Deviation must be reduced. So this is the sort of starting point. But in the case of service, pure service, according to the IHIP characteristics, we know that IHIP, heterogeneity, sorry about that. So difference is normal. So in the case of quality management for services, we need to assume a much larger range for the quality control. And if we go even further, and if we think about sort of business relationship between different organizations, provider and customer, we know that that's a sort of business relationship that runs over a certain period of time. When each party needs to sort of communicate, cooperate, collaborate, and then of course there's a difference that can be accepted. So it's even more sort of complex, one dimension added to the middle one. So an example, there are different theories developed for each of the conceptualization of quality of something. As I said, for example, Taguchi methods, they really try to minimize the deviation in the case of product quality. And in the middle, Zeit-Hamel and others worked very much on what is the quality on the context of service. And then this is very much spoken. And then I will give you an example from food industry. It's a lunchbox, no? In Japanese, it's called bento. Some of you might know. This is a product, right? Because it happens to be boxed. And if you as a customer receives bento box and missing something, then you complain because you sort of make an agreement with the seller. Okay, what's in the bento box? And then if you miss something, you complain. That's how it works, right? When it comes to service, it's different because service involves human activities, as we started with. They communicate with each other. And typically, the provider considers different needs of the customers. And for example, they may sort of change a little bit the composition of a plate. So that's a good thing about service. So it's different. And then, if we go further, let's say if you go to a restaurant frequently and you sort of get familiar with the chef. And the chef knows what you want, what you like, dislike. And then over the time, you as a customer and the chef develops the relationships. And sometimes the chef provides, okay, this time this is a service, and you test it. And then you respond to the chef saying that, oh, I like this very much, or you may dislike that. You respond to the chef, and the relationships evolve. So please bear in mind the quality, even such a broadly recognized and used concept, is used differently depending on the context. And then here, please focus on the middle in the context of PSS. Because it involves services that create these characteristics. And compare with the left, where products are produced and moved from the provider to the customer. Okay? So now, I think we have enough discussed what is a service and what services provision means. But before going to the definition of PSS, any question, now it is clear? Okay, let's continue with the definition. So I suggest one of the definitions of PSS shown here, Tishner et al. 2002, tangible products and intangible services designed and combined so that they jointly are capable of fulfilling specific customer needs. So one of the words highlighted here is jointly. That corresponds with what I explained before. So inseparability, build a relationship. And also another thing is there is a dependency between the products and services. So that is not super outspoken by this definition, but Tishner et al. Say combined. So product and services must be combined in a certain way to fulfill a specific customer needs. So why is that? Because there are dependencies between the product and service elements. An example, think about a gas turbine. There are lots of services required because the typical lifetime of a gas turbine is 25, 30 years or so, and maintenance, repair, and overhaul takes quite frequently, and then this kind of service technicians comes to the site of the operation, and then they do the job. Here, what is an interaction between the product and service? For example, the product design influences a lot on how fast the service technician can do the job or how slow, right? Because the product can be designed in such a way that service technicians can easily do the job or difficultly, right? On the other hand, let's say a company has a limited capacity for the service technicians, and that must be considered in the product design. For example, let's say service capacity in terms of number of employees, staffs, is limited, and therefore repair services can't be executed so frequently. Then that kind of condition must be incorporated in the product design so that products mean time between failures, for example, be longer or long enough to cover the available service technician's resource. So those are quite simple examples of the interdependencies between the products and services. And then this is one of the things that we will discuss a lot in the rest of the course. So now, moving into the pros and cons, more specifically. In the first lecture, we discussed what are the purposes and missions of the companies providing PSS, and the economic aspect, financial aspect, is a must to be addressed. So that's why we often perform life cycle costing or analysis of total cost of ownership with PSS providers. This graph on the slide shows the result of one of such exercises with the, in this case, forklift truck provider. So we did comparison between PSS and product sales in terms of the, in this case, total cost of ownership from the customer's point of view. So in the case of PSS, the bottom one, they pay price to purchase a forklift, and thereafter, when they need some specific services, maintenance, repair, etc., they pay for them separately in a sequence. And then in the case of disposal, they probably pay some small money to the material handling company. But in the case of this PSS, it's a sort of fixed price contract according to a time period. So in this case, the contract consists of products and services and run for 6 years. So I apologize for the acronym. CBM stands for Circular Business Model, that we will talk about later, but you can forget about it. It's a PSS contract, 6 years, including basically many things, products and services. And the customer pays for that specific amount for the PSS provision for 6 years. So it's a sort of one price for everything. And according to our calculation, together with the company, the money the customers pays is lower in the case of PSS. So does it make sense? Do you think it's natural consequence? This result for me is interesting because this can turn out differently. But we did a number of similar studies with different product sectors, and we find two key factors which make this happen. Number one, it's a possibility for the provider to make a holistic optimization. As I said, in the case of PSS, the provider receives a fixed amount of money for the 6-year period. And they have a chance to change the product design so that, for example, they can reduce their service cost. That is possible, which is usually not happening in the case of product sales. In the case of product sales, what typically happens is the product manufacturing section of a company sells a product, keeping a certain level of margin and make them sort of sustainable in terms of business. And thereafter, a different organization comes into play, which typically does the job for services. And then they have a sort of vision for their business. They keep the certain level of margin for their business as well. And what is even more problematic is they typically don't collaborate with each other, even they belong to the same company. And because they try to sort of make their own business sustainable, and sometimes they compete with each other. That's the reason for such a sort of more holistic optimization is difficult to happen. Okay? So this is the first factor. And the second one, it's about scale of economy. So think about, let's say you are a customer of using a forklift, and then suppose you have a large warehouse and you have, let's say, one forklift. Right? And you need to think about what happens if this single forklift malfunctions. Because you need to perhaps move the stuff by yourself, perhaps. Then you may want to have an extra forklift as a spare, sort of, so to prepare for such a case. But it's very costly for you as a single customer to own an additional forklift. But in the case of PSS, that can be done by the provider having, let's say, one extra forklift as a spare that can be used by multiple customers. So in case one of the, let's say, 100 forklift trucks malfunctions, then that spare forklift can be provided to the specific customer. This is an effect of the scale of economy, right? So we see these two factors are often happening to make this result. Okay? And still cost. And also we add the environmental aspects such as CO2 emission from the life cycle. We did study of life cycle costing and life cycle assessment, and the point here is the possibility of providing remanufacturing, meaning that taking back the used products, and if you find a problem, then you can fix them. You can replace some parts in the product and to remake the product as like new product. And we did calculation for 3 different settings. Number 1, you looking at the left of the graph, it's product sales. And the technical lifetime of this product, which is a soil compactor for the road construction typically, is 5-year period. So compactor lasts for 5 years. And in the scenario, no remanufacturing is provided. And then the CO2 emission from the life cycle and life cycle costing is like this. So it's set as a reference. And then if you look at the middle, it's a PSS offering where one-time remanufacturing is provided so that the product lifetime is prolonged up to 6 years. And then the right-hand side, it's still PSS, but the difference with the middle is the surface treatment was changed from the varnished one to galvanized one, meaning that the galvanized one is more difficult to deteriorate or look worse, so that the total product lifetime is 8 years, even longer than the middle. So then you see the gradual decrease in terms of LCA, CO2 emission, and also life cycle costing. And so the messages to be taken from this figure case is such services as remanufacturing are very powerful to make the product last longer and also to save the cost for the life cycle. Another thing is product design changes can influence the product lifetime a lot. And here you see a sort of interaction between the service, which is remanufacturing in this case, and also product design change. Okay, so I think this is one of the last examples of this kind. Product as a service is a special kind of product service system. It's style where the provider keeps the ownership of the product, and the users have just access to the products and services. And typically, the payment is based on the time or number of uses, and so on. And then we did also a life cycle assessment and life cycle costing, and we made a comparison between the two business model, product sales versus product as a service. And the scenarios we set for the business as usual, which is product sales, is that this company provides tents and flags for their customers. The customers use these products typically in their sort of industrial affairs and to make advertisement and so on. In the product sales business, once the products are moved to the customer, then the provider doesn't do anything after that. So the products leave the provider, and they don't care afterwards. But in the case of PaaS, product as a sales service, the scenario is the products come back to the provider every time it was after it was used, but until 10 times these products are used. Because each customer has its own, for example, logo, the customer brand's name in the surface of the tent and flags. Only that part is replaced from changing the users of the products. So the frames of the products are continuously used in the PaaS offerings. So if you look at the two bars in the slide, left-hand side you see the product sales, and on the right-hand side you see PaaS, and these bars represent the cost. So meaning that compared against functional unit, which is one-time use of the product, in the case of product sales, it costs more. I mean, in this case, for the provider. And in the case of PaaS, it costs less for the provider. So what is interesting in this graph is the composition of each scenario. In the case of product sales, the majority of the cost comes from production. It's natural. So basically, they assemble the products and then they provide the product. So dominantly, the cost is attributed to the product. On the other hand, in the case of service, the green one is the dominant, which is from repair and refurbish, which is basically service cost. Because the product circulates 10 times, and the product cost reduces accordingly, and in this case, down to 1/10. And the majority of the cost becomes service. So in this specific comparison, the total cost per functional unit is lower in the case of PAS, as you see. But this depends on the case. But in this specific case, it happens to be the PAS is cheaper for the providers. And if we go to the environmental impact, in this case, CO2 emission, the overall comparison is also applied to the environmental impact. The product sales produces more CO2 than PAS. And I think it's interesting too is the decrease from the product sales is larger in the case of CO2 emission. So in this cost case, approximately 18%, but in the case of environmental impact, more than 30%. Why this happened is, think about the impact of services. Services cost a lot, but services doesn't produce so much CO2 emission, right? So this calculation was done with a Swedish company where the wage is very high. Even in the European Union, it's higher. So services cost a lot. And environmental impact is, in general, probably larger in the than in the cost. Okay. So as I said, if PSS is better or not from the environmental point of view depends on a number of factors and on the scenario setting. And Tucker 2004 discussed this exact question. And then he categorized PSS into 8 and discussed the environmental impact reduction for each of the 8 categories. So if you go to the right, it means the environmental impact reduction is bigger. So if you see the 8th type of the PSS, it's called functional result type offering. That has the highest potential here. The functional result, result-oriented service means that the provider keeps a promise with the customer in terms of the result, outcome. And how they reach the result is not a question. So they can choose whatever. So meaning that for the provider, there is a higher freedom compared with other types of PSS. So that is the reason why such a sort of type of PSS has a higher potential in terms of environmental impact reduction. And another thing to be noticed here is it can be worse. I mean, PSS can be worse from the environmental point of view. And Tucker points out especially the worsening effect in the case of product leasing. And the factor often talked about here is the lack of careful use of the products. If you, for example, rent a car or use a car in the car sharing system. And I think it's reasonable to assume that customers or product users have less careful behavior against the product compared with the products are owned by a single user. So that is often said as a factor that makes the environmental impact worse in the case of PSS. So it's interesting to see that the comparison depends on the case, and also you need to think about different factors that apply to a number of cases. Okay. So then we have some more minutes and slides. Then moving into PSS design. So far we talked about services and the implication of the service provision. But then when it comes to design, why PSS design should be different from product design, for example. So this slide tries to answer that question. This slide explains the sort of generally perceived properties of PSS, open system, process systems, business model as a property, social contrast, etc. And then there are characteristics of PSS, as we discussed already, heterogeneity, uncertainty, and so on. So these are number of characteristics imply the characteristics for designing PSS. So meaning, for example, you are expected to apply system thinking, consider uncertainty, and so on, include value proposition, etc. So this is a high-level description for why we have been working on PSS design. And so bear in mind there are reasons behind that, and so think about these reasons, which are really the motivations why doing PSS design differently. Okay, so we talked about in the previous lecture interdisciplinary nature of PSS design, and then I take an example from the engineering design and marketing. So you will see two slides which show you a certain concept can be perceived differently in different disciplines. So first one, business orientation. Typically in engineering design, it's more operational thinking. So they want to improve something, optimize something, whereas in the marketing, people tend to look at the strategic level and effect on the company level. So this is quite a big difference, and that makes a certain insight. When designing PSS, you need to consider both, right? And the other thing is what a requirement is. Usually in the case of engineering design, they look at functional and technical requirements, right? But on the other hand, in the marketing, they can also look at recognized and unrecognized customer needs and so on. So this is another difference which makes PSS design interesting, because we are expected to consider both aspects. And it's an interesting research question: what are the necessary consideration prerequisites for the relationships between the two parties? And this is a slide I showed to you in the first lecture. Then now I want to show you another slide building upon this. What I'm telling you in this lecture is this, actually. So the horizontal axis is design for the design process, starting with an earlier phase. And then I'm saying that not only shortening the lead time, but also think about the value of the offering. Obviously, try to increase the value. So considering the sort of current process, we are sort of suggesting the shorter lead time and also the higher value of the offering, which is the result of the design. And obviously, this is one of the things that are not easy to do. So therefore, very much support is needed for designers and other practitioners, and then that's why we are giving this course. And then talking about the difficulty, one interesting study shows that the success ratio of a manufacturing company moving into service business is, how many percentage do you guess? How many percentage of the companies have succeeded in shifting their businesses from product sales to service-based business models? And bear in mind, the study was conducted 2 decades ago. So situation is a little bit different, but still, guess how many percentages? Thank you, I should. Almost bingo. So very difficult, and now the sort of situation is different, as we talked about in the first lecture. Digitalization plays a big role in the transition. So I think the situation and also the success ratio is different, but we don't know how many percent is in the digitalization era. Okay, so thank you for your engagement, and I want to take any question that you may have. If not, then yes, we can close this lecture. Thank you very much.
Okay, so welcome back. So this session is basically a group discussion to identify the project that we'll be doing as a part of this course. So you may pick up any project in any business area, right? So it can be from entertainment to the consumer durable, consumer electronic product design, or it can be any experience design project, right? Or it can be in the FMCG sector. So it can be any sector, right? But what is important for us is to understand that we are doing this project to create an opportunity to use the tools that we are going to learn in this course. So you need to very clearly understand that what is the product part of it, what is the service part of it, and what is the system part of it. Like in the previous discussion, Tom talked about that pure product and pure service and a mix of product and service, right? So please do not end up taking salt as a product. So from the last example, there is a pure product, right? So so you pick up first of all you decide on the sector. So and the kind of PSS mix that you would like to take, right? It is going to be a group project. 5 members, Akanksha, per group? 5 members. Have you done the group so far? No. Okay. Akanksha will quickly make the groups, right? Huh? So yeah. So she'll announce the names. Can be done, Akanksha? Huh? Huh? Maybe you take 2-3 minutes so that I discuss with them. So Akanksha will make the group. So per group, ideal population is 5. So the groups needs to understand that you need to take such project where you create an opportunity to use the methods that you are going to discuss. If you look into the schedule, you find the methods that you are going to discuss is the quality function deployment, right? Customer activity cycle, right? Failure mode and effect analysis, etc. So the outcome of the project is not important. What is the final design that you or what is the business offering that you ideate through this project is not very important, but what is more important for you is the journey, right? So how effectively you could use those methods, right? So focus is more on the process and using the methods rather than the final outcome of the product or service or system or the mixture of PSS in this case that you evolve as a part of this exercise. So that is secondary, right? Akanksha, I would like to request you to please tell the names, right? So when Akanksha tells the name, so please raise your hand and you identify your group members, right? And maybe we'll take a 5 minutes pause, then you make your sitting arrangements according to that, and the discussion starts, right? Initially 10 minutes you discuss, right? Then I'll again come to you, right? So that way. And by this evening, in the WhatsApp group, you need to post. So each of the group, they need to identify one focal point. So maybe the group leader. So that group leader needs to report, right? So and tell us about the progress, right? So by this evening, Akanksha, we are expecting that all the groups, they will be able to finalize on their topic, right? And I'm there to help you out to identify the topic. I'm sure you are going to have 2, 3 or more different options of the project, and then I'll come to you, and then with the help of the discussion with you. Finally, we'll decide on the kind of project that we'd like to do. Yeah. So Akanksha will now announce the names. Yeah.
Okay, two groups are gonna have 6 members. Okay, the first group is Achint, Amrut Prakash, Antara Bhattacharya ji, Arvind Malvya,
No, keep on raising your hand. Yeah.
Arya K.
Huh. Fine. So you just see your group members. So this is group 1, right? Group 1.
Group 1.
Yeah.
Group 2, Baishali, Bhuvan Mahato, B. Pradeep Barua, Shorovelu Ringa, and Dipankar Kashyap, Kalita.
Great. So you know the group members now? Who are just see your group members.
Okay, so third group is going to be Durga Prasad, Harsh, Ishika, Kankan, Jyoti, Kaustubh. Okay, so fourth group is going to be Mansi Agarwal, Mayank Chaurasia,
Raise your hand. Keep
Mohit.
raising.
And Namrata.
Yes, Mansi, I can see you. Yeah.
Okay, so fifth group is going to be Om Prakash, Pinake, Prajakta, Prakash Kumar, and Rishabh Siddharth.
This is which group number?
Fifth.
Fifth.
Okay, and sixth group is going to be Rohit R. Shetty, Sandeep, Shiksha Singh, and Saurav Das and Swagat Kugoi. Okay. So we have Yuvashri left. I think only Yuvashri is left.
Okay.
So Riddham and Yuvashri are left. So you guys can join any of the group you like.
I need to know which
Okay,
group.
Yuvashri, you can go with. Yeah, you can go with the last group and you can go with the first group.
Done? Yeah. So now we are putting you in an uncomfortable situation, right? So in our normal classes, I give the opportunity to all my kids to choose their group members, right? So now I am putting you in an uncomfortable situation that you are now supposed to work with maybe team members whom you do not know, right? So yeah, because whenever you're talking about design, you're talking about you are the chances, and then you need to put yourself in an uncomfortable situation, right? So your uncomfortable situation starts, right? So now you please rearrange your sitting positions and take 10 minutes, precisely 10 minutes to discuss, to just have the initial idea, right? So the first you decide on the group leader, start discussions, right? 10 minutes for initial round of discussions. 2?
Group 2, Baishali, Bhuvan Mahato, P. Pradeep Barua, Chorovelu Ringa, and Dipankar Kashyap. You guys are 5? Okay. Then Durga Prasad, Group 3rd, Harsh, Ishika Chakrabarti, Kankan Jyoti, and Kaushik. Okay. 4th group, Mansi Agarwal, Mayank, Mohit, and Namrata. Okay. 5th group, Om Prakash, Pinake, Prajakta, Prakash Kumar, Rishabh Siddharth, and Rhythm.
You need to come here,
You
maybe.
guys can bring the chairs.
Just help yourself, maybe. Yeah. You can just pull some chairs and then.
And the 6th group is Rohit R. Shetty, Sandeep, Siksha Singh, Saurav Das, Swagat Gogoi, and Yuvashri. Okay.
You can sit like this, yeah, no problem. Okay, so your discussion starts. So the point to be discussed is that which industry or which sector that you are going to consider for your project. Can you very clearly identify the product, service, and the system part of it, and whether that particular project creates an opportunity to use different tools and methods. Tools and methods are not being discussed yet. Just have some assumption that okay, maybe you can use some structural tools and methods to analyze that kind of a situation, right? So the discussion starts. 10 minutes for the initial round of discussion among you. to discuss with your group members. Don't discuss with me within this 10 minutes. Yeah, so the time is over. I am giving you 2 minutes extra. Shalini and me will handle.
अभी आप क्या पूछने वाले हो? ग्रुप का नाम, लीडर, टॉपिक, तुमको बोला व्हाट्सएप टॉपिक डालना चाहिए. ऑन नहीं है, ऑन कर देना.
On Karka, then I've given 2 minutes grace.
लैब आओगे ना?
Huh. Last 1 minute. Okay, so time up. Time up. Don't discuss now. I'll go to each and every group, and then I would like to hear from the group members regarding the point of discussion that has taken place. Right. Please keep an open mind for time being. Do not try to force your idea to your members. Just give your opinion that okay. As a group you had these 2-3 options, or right. So maybe by the late evening you decide, and then you update in the WhatsApp group, right. So because in the WhatsApp group you already have the contacts, right. So you can discuss among you, and then by evening you update, by maybe just before the dinner you update it, right. So now the point of discussion, I am going to group 3 first, right. So it's group 3, yeah. So yeah, so please let us know your point of discussions, yeah. And one prerequisite is that the product, service and system components should be distinctly visible. Whatever you are talking, product, service and system components of that particular scenario should be distinctly visible. Yeah, group 3.
Hello. Option 1, we have considered food industries.
Please cooperate, the group is speaking, yeah.
We have considered food industries like KFCs and Domino's, like they have all these food items, and they also consider their services as a part of it.
Okay, so Swiggy or Zomato kind.
Swiggy and Zomato, they are fully service based, but KFC and Domino's, they have their
KFC and Domino's, right. So so as a group, could you see the product component of it and the service component of it,
yeah.
right. So, as a group you are confident that you will be able to identify the different consumer behavior and different factors, so different attributes of product and different attributes of service related to maybe the kind of industry that you are talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think about it. I'm not asking you to right now tell, right, because those things will come. So, when you say this is my product, what are the attributes that define the product, right? If it is a service, what are the attributes that define that this is my service, right? Yeah. Any other idea?
We have 5 options actually.
Okay. So that the consensus was more or less coming towards the option that you have right now stated. What are the other options?
Option 2, we have as a interior design services like Live Space and Home Lane.
Okay.
They have their own products and design consultancy services.
Yeah.
And they also manufacture all these interior products for this designing as a part of it.
Okay. Okay. So look. What might happen to many of you that okay, you could identify the product component with the service component, but where is the system coming into that, right? So, as we discussed in the sessions, that the system is something that is going to connect the product and the service components. So system is the layer that is going to basically connect the product and the service component. Think over it, right? Fantastic. So, just quickly tell us.
Third option, accessories, in that Lenscart as a part of it. They have their products and their online platform for choosing all these wearables, lenses and everything.
Right.
And as a option 4, we have home appliances like AquaGuard and their AMC and maintenance charge.
Okay.
Or they have this urban company and Drink Prime. They provide this AquaGuard and other services. And in option 5, e-commerce like Amazon and Myntra and other.
Amazon and Myntra, etc. Okay. So, as a group you discuss about it, and then by the late evening you decide on this, and then also think about the product, service and the system component of the topic that you are selecting. Fantastic. So, when I discuss with one specific group, so it's a learning for all the groups, right? So, the comments and the discussion that is happening, that's a learning for all, right? So, please do not consider okay, it's a learning point for only for that specific group, right? Maybe you can relate the kind of discussion that is happening with that specific group with your kind of discussion that is happening within your group, right? So, group 3 is done. So, I will now move to group 4. Group 4. Group 4. Who is group 4? You are group 4? Yeah. You are discussing. Yeah.
So, sir, we have 6 different sectors, and within that one sector, we have also finance, and within finance, we have 2 different services. So, first one is the airline, where we are talking about that most of the aircraft are landed from the third party and then put on a lease, and the operator will run the service. So, like what is this? Indigo, yeah. So Indigo has their fleet. They rent it from Delta Airlines and then run it as a service. So that is there. So second is finance. So finance in UPI digital payments. One is that, and second is accounting in finance. So within accounting finance, we are specifically talking about RTI. So how people can like track their entire expenses and see how to file RTI without a help of CA. Third is the beauty industry, where we are talking about Sugar Cosmetic. They have online presence and offline presence. Initially, they started with online only, and then later expanded to offline services to trial and for a trial purposes. Still, their major cap is only online. Another sector is service, where we are talking about Urban Clap. They have a online presence and you can book their services online, and then they will provide you with a home service for anything, for beauty related. You can clean, like cleaning and everything. Another one is access to common centers. So, you know,
Common centers for common service centers.
so they are like in tier 3 and tier 4, where the population is less educated and they don't have access to digital infrastructure, but a lot of the things are online. So
Common service centers for different e-governance
yeah,
initiatives. Yeah.
yeah. So they will have access to those through one common point of contact. So anything can be done, whatever they want to do digitally, they can access those center and then do it. So so it is a connect between the two services. And the last one is EdTech, where we are talking about course and access to material for study and connecting with the mentors.
Okay. So now, so once you have discussed about these several sectors, no. So please see the again the product, service, and the system component of it, and decide on a particular topic in the area that creates more opportunity to use the tools and the techniques that you are going to discuss. Yeah. But however, you do not know the tools and the techniques, but at least you need to have, okay, if I take this kind of a project, it is at least I can identify different variables and attributes of product, service, and systems. I can at least disintegrate, right. So, I can at least decompose the product components and the service components, right. Yeah, that way. Group 5. Yeah.
So, sir, we were thinking about electric vehicles, EV, and like the product being the vehicles, service, scooters or four-wheelers, and services, repair, energy stations, charging stations, and all.
Okay. So, yeah, so that is one. So, other
could be, sir, consumer electronics, FMCD.
FMCG. Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, FMCD, it stands for fast moving
consumer goods.
durables.
Yeah.
Yes, like TV,
Okay.
fridge, refrigerator.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you can you can very distinctly see the product, service, and the system component in FMCG.
Yes.
Okay.
FMCD.
FMCD.
Yes. Consumer durables.
Oh, consumer durables. Oh, okay. Okay. FMCD. Okay. There it's there. Any other? Okay. So, so that comes under consumer electronics. Okay. So maybe you need to do further detailing of it, right? And by this evening, you let us know, right? Along with the description of the components of the product, service, and system. Group 1.
So first is industry. The products are the machines used in industries. The service related.
What kind of industry?
Manufacturing industry.
Manufacturing
like
industry.
extrusion plant.
Okay. Okay.
The services are the AMCs, the annual maintenance contracts for the machines, and the system is maintenance records and the preventive maintenance records, etc.
Oh.
Second are household, like purifiers and things. The product is purifier, water purifier. Maintenance is the services related to that. System is the timeline for the maintenance. And third is the university, and consisting EdTech. Mentorship is a product. Service is the mode of mentorship, and system is not defined.
Good. So these are the three basic areas that you have selected. So any further comment on this? Anyone? Yeah.
Another idea was the food industry. So I was thinking of the packaging related products and services. I mean products and the services being something to do with how packages can be, you know, I mean how it can be optimized basically, packaging.
Right. So, yeah. So, when he talks about the manufacturing industry, no. So now, you see, the limitation of this particular exercise till this Friday is that we will not have access to primary data. Like you won't have any opportunity to go to a manufacturing factory to study, right? So, we will largely depend on the secondary data. So, Akanksha has already will send you the Wi-Fi details. So, whoever is from campus, they do not have any problem. The people who are from outside, you already have the access to the IITZ Connect. So, you will have access to our resources. So, you can so the data that you need to rely on is the secondary data. You do not have much opportunity to actually go for the primary data collection. So, yeah, so certain things may be hypothetical, we need to also assume lot of things, right. We need to assume lot of things, we need to rely on the secondary data available, and that way we need to go ahead, right. So, I think that that's okay with you. So, which will again create a limitation to your final solution, but the point here is that we are not talking about the quality of the final solution. We are basically talking about our efficiency to use those tools and methods, right. Yeah, great. Group 2.
We had few ideas. The first one was we were thinking of household appliances or maybe home appliances. We were thinking like people want clean clothes, but they may not have a washing machine. So maybe the product may be a washing machine and the service may be providing clean clothes, maybe by arranging something like a common washing machine for a particular area or so. We thought that like laundry habits of people or the maybe people might like self-service or the maintenance, all these things have potential for both maybe they have potential for intervention in coming up with new products and services. So we were thinking of this system, number one. Number two, we were thinking of healthcare product. So she was working on a shoe making for prenatal women. So the foot size changes when during this stage. So there are possibilities of both service and coming up with products to help women. And then the third option was we were thinking of automobile EV, because this is a very like this is an emerging sector and all the parts need maintenance and people are new to it, so there's huge potential for both product and service. So these were the three options we were thinking.
Great. So I think I've covered all the groups. Oh, this your group, yeah.
Okay, so we have 4 options that we had kind of like come down to. So the first one was the entertainment industry with more of like leaning towards music, which has both like distribution and streaming in it. So you have like Spotify, Netflix and all of that. The second one is tourism in terms of like Airbnb and like all of that. And then the third one is the matchmaking industry, where you have like dating apps, you have like Tinder, Bumble, and you have like Shadi.com, and so perhaps some kind of intervention over there. And then we also considered the gaming industry. So this could be both physical games like Nintendo, or it could be like online gaming. And then we had transportation, which was Uber, Ola, and sectors like that.
So like as a group, when you have 2-3 different ideas, so what we have found is that okay, certain groups have already almost they have made a mind that okay, the group is going in this direction. Maybe by the dinner time it might change, but more or less the group have already a consensus. So so in that case again check whether the other options whether it was worth discarding, right, and going ahead with this option. And by the evening you say okay, this is the project that you are doing and this is the product, service and system component of it. The deliverables is that on the last day, Friday, we are going to have all the groups, they need to make a presentation of their learnings, right. So your and your evaluation will be based on how effectively you could use the tools and methods, not coming up with an incredible idea, right. So, many times it might happen that you already had the idea in your mind and you are just doing the back calculation and then showing, okay, this is how it happens, right. So, we are not going to entertain that. So, our main focus is that how rudimentary your idea is, that is fine, but how meticulously you could use those methods, because if you go wrong in methods, you can get success only one time, but how do you make a repetitive success, right. So, in that case you should be very strong about the methods. So, on the last day all of you need to make presentations, small presentations, very open discussions we are going to have, right. So, and then during the all the different activities, as you can see from the schedule, there are 4 different tools. So, once Tom discusses a specific tool, then you in the context of your project you use that tool. Then again second tool is being discussed, again from the context of your project you use the second tool, right. So, that way it would go, and then finally you come up with your PSS concept, right. So, that is how it is going to happen, right. So, any suggestion or comments on this methodology? So, this is how we are planning. So, if you have any suggestion and if you want any modification in this, it's fine with us.
Sir, on the grounds of secondary data,
So, you already have access to our IITZ Connect, right. So, you will have access to our resources, right. So, if you search anything, right, so you will get access to our resources. So, fine. So, we close now, right. So, tomorrow 10 o'clock is the session, and I request all of you to enjoy this course, right. So, and make friends and enjoy this entire journey, right. Thank you so much.
If there is any, what if there is any overlap in the topics?